Okay, I think we're ready. Oh, look at you. All right, perfect. Good timing. Are we all set, Emily? Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. This meeting is now convened at 5:11 p.m. I would like to ask that please everyone silence your cell phones. A quorum of the board members is present in the board auditorium. They are from my right on the platform: Cassandra Ozanne Bandy, Jeanette Garza Lindner, Angela Lamont Flowers, myself, Audrey Momanai, Rick Campo, Rolando Martinez, Paula Mendoza, and Adam Ravon. And board member Michelle Cruz Arnold is joining us live via Zoom. Is she on? Okay, she is not with us yet. I understand that there are some elected officials here this evening. I see Mr. Savant Moore. Mr. Moore, I understand you want to talk to us for a minute? Okay.
Good evening. Rest in power to Sergio Rodriguez, Layden Payton, Scott Gidhausen. This semester we have suffered tremendous losses. I am, however, incredibly proud of the HISD community for coming together. In less than 24 hours, we have raised almost $20,000 to help with the Rodriguez family's funeral expenses. Today, I urge you not to take away community engagement. When my aunt passed away, I was still able to speak via Zoom earlier this year. Proof that innovation and inclusion can coexist. We don't need performative actions that waste unnecessary funds. If you want to honor my ancestors, do right by their descendants. Let HISD be a district of math and reading scholars, not just great test takers. If fiscal responsibility is the goal, don't sell our properties. Lease them out to generate revenue indefinitely. Run this district as you would your business, with the shareholders, our taxpayers in mind. They deserve a return on their investment. Policies exist for a reason. The original 100-day threshold for tuition approval was raised to $1 million. When do we address the steadily increasing deficit? We will be in Austin pushing for a bill to require TxDOT to build a pedestrian overpass when trains block the right-of-way of school. This is about protecting our children and ensuring their safety is prioritized. I foresee significant leadership changes in 2025. But while we are here, let's do right by this city. This is Houston, Texas, a city with a standard of excellence. Let's ensure HISD reflects that excellence. I hope that you all have a great Christmas. May God bless you and may God bless HISD.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The board would like to take a moment of silence to recognize the Milby High School student we lost this week. If we can have a moment of silence. We will now be joined by a member of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps. Do we have them? Do we know? I don't think so. Okay, I would like to ask that Mr. Adam Ravon please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
If you'll please stand and join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And for our state flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. I will now ask that board member Cassandra Ozanne Bandy please read a resolution honoring Dr. Doris Delaney this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Doris Delaney has been overseeing and supporting transformative progress in the Houston Independent School District for more than 8 years. And whereas Dr. Delaney is a graduate of Cashmere High School and is the parent of an HISD graduate, and whereas in 2016, Dr. Delaney was appointed by the Texas Education Agency to oversee Cashmere's improvement and was then appointed a district-wide conservator in 2019. And whereas Dr. Delaney is a lifelong educator, before her work as TEA conservator, she retired after 30 years of service in the Aldine Independent School District, first as a teacher and campus leader, and then a district administrator. And whereas Dr. Delaney's experience and insight have been invaluable to HISD as it continues the work of improving student outcomes and district governance. Therefore, may it be resolved that we, the members of the HISD School Board and the Superintendent of Schools, congratulate and commend Dr. Doris Delaney as she celebrates her retirement, and extend our gratitude for her service and best wishes for her peace, health, and happiness. Houston, Texas, this 10th day of December 2024. Dr. Delaney, thank you so much for all you've done, and congratulations on your final retirement.
Thank you. We're going to make Dr. Delaney come back. Before we begin hearing from speakers, I just want to note that we will be pulling agenda items 8 and 9. I'm sorry, that's not right. We will be pulling an agenda item related to the BED local from the consent agenda later in the evening. This item concerns public comment and how we run our meetings, and we have, and these two, that particular item, BED local, has been brought before the board for consideration by the policy committee for further discussion. Okay, we are now turning to speakers to the School First presentation and the discussion and report on agenda item 1, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of goal 4, progress measure 4.3. I believe we had one more elected official who I do not see. Is Ms. Hernandez here, Emily? Okay, there she is. Okay. Oh, yes, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Dani Hernandez, and I am one of the elected trustees. I am here to talk to you about agenda item 4. To me, agenda item 4 is very troubling and confusing because purchases from August of 2023 are just not making it to the board's agenda and not even for approval. The money has already been allocated. This amount of money is astronomical. I completely understand that HISD has to spend money. But as an elected trustee, I always receive the information beforehand and in a timely manner, and the cooperative agreements were not as significantly, were not as big. There are multiple contracts with the same vendor for over $1 million, and the policy is very clear. Financial responsibility is the board's responsibility. Also for agenda item 9, changing policy that makes board meetings more accessible, less accessible to the community is not okay. And we just voted as an elected board on it 3 years ago to allow for the student meetings. Lastly, I want to make sure that we keep the Milby students and the community in our thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will now hear from public officials, student speakers, and speakers who wish to address the public hearing on the School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, or School First, and agenda item 1, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of goal 4, progress measure 4.3. Please note that Spanish live captioning is available for those viewing the meeting via live stream, and live Spanish interpretation is available in person in the auditorium. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during the school board meetings are not acceptable, as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given given one warning, and if the behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. Tonight, we have 96 total registered speakers. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each per board policy, as we have more than 30 people signed up to address the board tonight. We ask that you please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under the law, but you may name your own child. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your comments promptly when your time has expired and the timer rings. We'll start with our first speakers. Okay. Our first student speaker is Tori Bergman. Is Ms. Bergman or Mr. Bergman here? Yes. And if you'll pull down the mic, we'll probably be able to hear you better.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yep. Good job.
Start.
You can go ahead.
My name is Tori Berkman. I go to the Mandarin Immersion Magnet School. Recently, when our middle school art teacher, Mr. Sampson, was terminated. He has appealed his termination, but I don't think it's right because he was a great teacher. He only got to teach us for around 3 months, but he was an amazing teacher. He was one of the best teachers I've ever had, and I just don't think it's fair that the board has chosen to terminate him because he was an amazing teacher, and I'm done. Can I just go back? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Adita Sage Bittner. And after her will be Luca Candida and Leon Garza Lopez. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Wait, can I be in?
Yes, you can.
Hi, my name is Adita Sage Bittner, and I'm a 5th grader at Conta Elementary, speaking on HISD's questionable report on students with disabilities. First, your numbers prove you're failing students of color. White and Asian students are crushing it, while Black and Hispanic students are left behind. Where's the real support? This isn't a team. It's discrimination disguised as education. Second, your fancy test scores are meaningless. You're bragging about half a pizza without admitting most of it is stale and tasteless. These numbers don't prove learning. They prove you're good at playing statistical games. Third, your planned teacher training is a vague promise. How often is training? How good? Or is training just more spot scores to condemn teachers? You can't say you're helping. You need to prove it, and you need to get honest teacher feedback to improve it. Bottom line, your report looks good on paper, but in real classrooms, you're failing students who need help. Who need help most. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luca Candida. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
It shows 1 minute.
Okay, we'll adjust it. We're going to have translation. Okay, go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Luca Cándida y estoy en segundo grado.
Hi, my name is Luca Candida and I'm in 2nd grade.
Otra maestra dejó nuestra escuela este mes.
Another teacher left our school this month.
Dos de mis compañeros se fueron a una escuela privada. Hay 4 clases de segundo grado y 8 grados en total, por lo que el número de los que se fueron este año es grande.
2 of my classmates left to go to a private school. There's 4 classes in 2nd grade, 8 grades total, which means that the number of students that have left this year is big.
¿Cuándo se darán cuenta que lo que están haciendo no está funcionando.
When will you realize that what you are doing is not working?
Por favor, escúchenos. Gracias.
Please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Leon Garza Lopez, who will be followed by Lily Clayton and Analia Espinoza, and then Eliana Gottlieb.
Hola, Hola, señor Miles. Me llamo León Garza y estoy en segundo grado. Señor Miles, nosotros somos como las palomitas. Se prepara todo juntas en la misma olla, a la misma temperatura y con el mismo aceite, pero no todos los granos revientan al mismo tiempo. Nosotros aprendemos de diferentes maneras, uno viendo, otros escuchando, otros leyendo y otros así. Nosotros necesitamos biblioteca, paseos, clases de arte, clases de música, maestro bilingüe y calificaciones para aprender. Incluso hay niños que necesitan más ayuda para tener buenas calificaciones. Señor Melies, nosotros no somos máquinas. Yo quiero aprender de una manera divertida. A mí me gusta mucho leer libros y quiero que la escuela sea divertida para todos.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Miles. My name is Leon Garza Lopez, and I'm in second grade. Mr. Miles, we are like popcorn. We prepare all the kernels together in the same pot at the same temperature with the same oil, but not all of the kernels pop at the same time. We learn different ways, ones by watching, others by listening, others reading, and so on. We need libraries, trails, art classes, music classes, bilingual teachers, and qualified people to teach. There's even students that need more help to get better scores. Mr. Miles, we are not machines. I want to learn in a way that is fun. I like reading a lot, and I'd like school to be fun for everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lily Clayton. Lily Clayton, who'll be followed by Analia Espinoza and Eliana Gottlieb, and then Katie Moore.
Hi, my name is Lily Clayton, and I'm an 8th grade student at Hogg Middle School and a graduate of Harvard Elementary. One thing I need you to understand is not every student is the same. Every single person is different, and every single person deserves an education that caters to them. Some kids have disabilities and struggle to learn, so a one-size-fits-all education is not going to work. As a dual citizen, I'm a person who values education and learning. But how can I possibly be excited going to school every day when my teachers are so visibly stressed about termination that they can't teach in a way that works for them? I have spent countless class periods on math DOLs that are impossible to solve and on English DOLs that are grammatically incorrect. This is not a high-quality education. I can't learn like this, and I know most others struggle way worse than I ever have. We don't need DOLs and hot questions. We need teachers that will be there for us, support us through struggles, and help us learn to our full potential in their own way. So please, for the sake of your students, do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Analia Espinoza. Are you Analia Espinoza? Analia Espinoza? No? Okay. Eliana Gottlieb? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Eliana Gottlieb. After the bond failed last month, there was a lot of talk from the BOM about better community engagement. The changes presented in Agenda Item 9 are the opposite of community engagement. This is a 5 o'clock meeting on a weekday. Eliminating the option for children to join through Zoom limits community engagement by excluding people without reliable transportation, people with young children, people with disabilities, people with jobs, and especially students. Post-COVID, joining a meeting through Zoom is an expected option, and removing it makes it difficult difficult for many community members to voice their opinions. Also, I would like to address the proposed changes to the student speaker policy. The proposed policy would allow the board president the discretion to not give priority to student speakers. Ms. Momanai, I encourage you to continue the practice of letting student speakers go first, as it allows us to get home and study so we'll have high test scores. Please consider tweaking these policies to allow for better community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Moore. Katie Moore. Is Katie Moore here? Okay. Ms. Moore, then Ella Taylor, who I don't think is here yet, William Tredenick, and then William Wrigley, and then Sebastian Wu. Okay. Ms. Moore?
Hi, Katie Moore, representing Linear Middle School. The fact that you can have teachers who have not gone through a teaching degree is not okay. If you have teachers in there that are not qualified to teach, that's not okay. You might have a math teacher that knows as much math as you, and that just doesn't sound right. And about the libraries, we got to get on that. Not having a library in every school, even if they have enough funding for it, is wrong. That's just wrong. Some kids don't have the privilege to have books at home, let alone maybe some good books that will help them with their learning. And if you have kids that aren't passing the reading star or aren't passing reading quizzes because they don't have books at school, that's wrong. Taking books out of a school is like taking flowers out of a garden. It doesn't make sense, and it never will.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ella Taylor. I don't think she's here. So is Ella Taylor here? No. Okay. William Tredenick, and then William Wrigley, and then Sebastian Wu. William Tredenick? You're good. No rush.
Hello, my name is William Tredenick, and I'm 6th grade at Pershing Middle School. In the past 17 weeks, my first at Pershing, we've had 3 different principals, multiple schedule changes for unknown reasons, and issues with abusing the power of administrative leave. Recently, our guitar teacher, Dr. Sar, who is liked by students and parents for his straightforward teaching style, was put on an administrative leave for unknown reasons. In this case, when you take out a teacher, you take out a program. Nobody has informed us what the future of the guitar program is. Pershing is a magnet school, and you remove the people that make it special, like Dr. Sar. The only thing that remains is garbage, also known as the mind-numbing curriculum that consists of packets and tests created by Mr. Miles and his team. The thing that keeps me coming to my school is my excellent teachers. The thing that makes me want to leave is this terrible curriculum. I hope the Board of Managers will remove Mr. Miles and reinstate Dr. Sar as soon as possible for the good of students, teachers, and families in education.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Wrigley. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is William Wrigley, and I am a student at Harvard Elementary. Today, you're going to decide if you will fire my principal, Dr. C. Before you vote, I want to tell you how much she loves her students, and she always tried to do what's best for us. She is kind-hearted and was a good leader for our school. All of our teachers work hard to make sure that they are teaching us how to be principled and smart. When you suddenly take out the entire Harvard leader team, it causes confusion and makes it harder for everyone to do their job. And this doesn't just happen at our school. There has been lots of new stuff at our school this year, and not all of it has been good. I have DOLs every day for every subject that take up a lot of time, which could have been spent learning. The DOLs are timed and graded, which is very stressful, and I'm trying to do my best. Please make sure you treat our principals and our teachers better so I can keep
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sebastian Wu. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Wu, and I go to Mandarin Immersion Magnet School. Mr. Miles on the board, I kindly ask that you bring back our art teacher, Mr. Thomas Sampson, back from leave. The Sampson was put on leave after a student allegedly attacked him and he defended himself. The Sampson was an amazing teacher who would always give us cool projects. He made sure that we actually knew what we were learning, and he was the first art teacher that I had who actually made me want to learn art. This whole event has been shrouded in mystery, which I understand is to protect the privacy of everyone involved. However, I would like a better answer than, if you didn't see it, it didn't happen, which is what we've been told. I would like Mr. Sampson to either return or for him to at least be able to teach again. Please, Mr. Miles and the board, I ask that you bring back one of our favorite teachers and let us enjoy art again.
Thank you. Our last student speaker is Sohani Dewart, and I understand she's on Zoom. Yes, ma'am. We can see you. Go ahead. You can go ahead. Can you hear me? Go ahead. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah. Sohani? Yeah, that would be whoever that was.
We need more than standardized testing.
Okay. Sohani, you want to start from the beginning? We missed you until you got to the fa la 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 part. So start at the beginning, okay?
From the beginning, you deck the halls with lights.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Libraries, fa la 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 la. NES doesn't get all schools deserve them truly. Fa la 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 la. Miles only cares about money. Fa la 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 la. Stop the lights, there's been so many. Fa la 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 la. We need more than standardized testing. Fa la 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 la. Bring back books and stop the firing. Fa la 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 la. Uncertified are the teachers you're hiring. Fa la 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 la. HISD you need to stop destroying. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly and the takeover and fire Mike Miles, now librarians.
Thank you. Okay, we will now call in-person speakers to the microphone for the School First public hearing and for agenda item 1. The first adult speaker is Maria Benzon. Ms. Benzon? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Dr. Maria Benzon, and I'm speaking on item 1. GPM 4.3 measures students with disabilities projected to meet grade levels in math or reading. But let's get real. Are you only cherry picking the better subject? Because if Goal 4 is about improving Domain 2, Part A, a jump in math paired with a dramatic drop in reading won't get us there. I took the liberty of averaging the math and reading projections in Exhibits 6 and 7. For all students, 22% were projected to meet grade level in reading, 17% in math. That averages to 19.5%, not the 27% you're reporting. Subgroup comparisons show discrepancies of 6 to 11 points, impacting up to 860 students. The math isn't mathing. Assuming the public will blindly accept the scoreboard as truth insults our intelligence. So which is it? Is your data wrong, or are you intentionally misleading us? Transparency is not optional. It's your duty.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claude Bittner. Claude Bittner. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Claude Bittner, HISD parent and graduate, and I'm speaking on item 1. Let's talk about the so-called achievement data for students with disabilities. While Superintendent Miles may be eager to pat himself on the back, the facts demand a more nuanced examination. The data show an increase from 11% to 27% at beginning of year testing from 2023 to 24. Before we break out the champagne, let's consider this. What we're seeing is likely the testing effect, where students improve because they better understand the test, not because of miraculous instruction. Variation of testing conditions, from language barriers such as testing students in English when they're used to instruction in Spanish, to environmental challenges like last year's freeze, have skewed these numbers. This isn't improvement, but adaptation. And adaptation is not the same as achievement. Beware of interpreting flawed data. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Diana Candida. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Diana Candida, speaking on agenda item 1. Board of Managers, in order for you to monitor progress, you need to have high-quality data which provides context and measures the correct things in a way that makes sense. The data in the agenda packet is not a good assessment of what's happening now and is not a predictor of the future. It doesn't give a complete picture. For example, how many students with disabilities are there now versus the last 2 years? Several mothers I know opted for private schools because HISD could no longer meet their children's needs. I suspect that the majority of the SWD's children who left HISD are the ones who were struggling the most. That means any growth shown is not an actual improvement. Also, why is the score in reading or math being used? Look at the information critically and fire Mike Miles. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judith Cruz. Is Ms. Cruz here? Is Ms. Cruz here? I don't see her. Okay. Our next speaker is Catherine Donis.
Hi, Catherine Donis. On the 12th day of takeover, Mike Miles sent to me 12 students skipping, 11 families fleeing, 10 schools of freezing, 9 strangers teaching, 8 months of marching, 7 bikes of spinning, 6 slides of lying, 5 cones to pee, 4 burned books, 3 sick kids, 2 years lost, and detention in libraries. Thank you, Sean, for the write-up. You don't really care about the children, Miles. What we, the community, continue to notice is that you seem more interested in being a dictator and grooming others like Luz Martinez and any appointed principals to be just like you. What you did was put together unearned, highly paid management teams to help you create a toxic work environment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Estes. Miss Estes. Catherine Estes. Catherine Estes. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catherine Estes, and I'm the parent of 2 HISD students. I'm here once again to express my disappointment in 2 areas: lack of focus to support educators and lack of parent engagement in the changes. We keep hearing about high-quality education, but we can only see that this, at least from my experience, has been a way to weaponize teacher observations and fill my children's backpacks with worksheets. Good Reason Houston recently highlighted the concern over experienced teacher retention in Houston, and I was overjoyed to hear an organization focus on this metric because it's been a gaping hole of focus in this administration and the Board of Manager data. I continue to look for reasonable data. I'm a data-driven person. I'm a member of industry. I am a supporter of Houston being successful. Please get parent engagement in the conversations. What's happening now is not working. We need data. We need a conversation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Hensley. Cheryl Hensley. Ma'am, in the purple, this is your first warning. Miss Hensley. Miss Hensley. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I've seen many different reading programs with new adoptions for the last 39 years. Distar, Whole Language, Open Courts, Balanced Poster Reading, Guided Reading, and now Amplify. Each one of them included their own solution or the common terms that you're talking about in your data, the teaching their kids to read. All of these programs included reading books. But one person or one program doesn't fit everybody. Within each program, a seasoned teacher creates their own bag of tricks that will differentiate reading. They use what's given and they supplement. All they are doing is reinventing the wheel with the science of reading. Science of reading has incorporated pillars that does not allow the use of books. It dictates through slides and chopping up into test prep. Books are for kids, especially for the ESL or the special populations. They look at the pictures, they decide what the vocabulary is, they use it all to comprehend. They build fluency. Librarians and books are an essential part
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Ruth Kaufman-Lack. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Momini, Goal 4.3 focus on the performance of special education students. The teachers of those students have requested legal guidance from you, because you're an attorney, about the federal law that they're going to violate during the IRT observations. They can either violate FERPA and tell the observers who do not have a legitimate educational interest which students have 504s or IEPs that allow them to not be doing something different than the other kids, like out of their seat or have their head down. Or they can violate IDEA by not following the 504 or the IEP and requiring those students to do what everyone else is doing, so that the teacher doesn't get scored down and lose their job. So either way, the federal law is violated, and the question is, can you clarify which one is your preference, and how will you protect teachers from liability?
Thank you, Dr. Ruth. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Ruth Kravitz. I'm sorry. Oh, we're not. We're doing the first two agenda items first. What is your name? We're not to you yet. Okay. Mrs. Kravitz. And then I saw Judith Cruz come in, so we'll get you next, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your service. I know that all of you here are happy to see that I could walk well. I'm sorry I missed last month because I was having partial knee replacement. So thank you for your good thoughts. Last month, HISD proposed selling 18 properties and redirected funds from the Capital Renovations Fund to the General Fund. Proceeds meant for critical updates like HVAC repairs could instead fund bloated salaries and wasteful spending. Selling assets for recurring costs is like selling the family jewels to pay the light bill. It's time to fire Mike Miles. In classrooms, kids need time to read real books, and teachers need the flexibility to teach, remediate, and challenge students. Why did you kick out the literacy volunteers and mentors? Our children should be nurtured and inspired to love learning. How many more teachers, parents, school psychologists, and researchers need to speak before this harm stops? Parents, will you fight back by boycotting school for one day this winter? Join Community Voices.
Thank you. Judith Cruz. Yes, Ms. Cruz.
Buenas noches. Thank you for continuing to progress monitor student outcomes. For Goal Progress Measure 3.3, the disparities between racial student groups is vast and concerning. I would like to know how the key actions are addressing racial achievement gaps specifically. I also want to address CH Local and agenda item number 4. I am unclear why these projects are just now being brought to the board when CH Local has always required cooperative agreements to be approved by the board. Lastly, I want to draw attention to the budget amendment. How much was initially estimated for recapture for FY25? Based on what I can see on this budget document, it looks like zero. I hope I am reading it incorrectly. And additionally, the 125 million being moved this month, where is it coming from? That's also unclear. I respectfully ask the board to help address these questions. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bridget Kushiyama. Bridget Kushiyama? No. Sean Leader? Mr. Leader? Yes, sir.
Hello. So Sean Leader, a Pershing alum. Obviously, Pershing has endured 6 leadership changes in the past year, abrupt removal of 4 assistant principals, beloved teachers are resigning, being placed on leave, creating chaos. It's a very stressful organization. But chaos is how you lead, isn't that correct? Your chief of staff already left after 1 year. When your bond failed, was it because they couldn't grift that money? Your last chief of staff only left you in Dallas when they went to federal prison for stealing over $700,000. Is it going to be the similar case here again? I know you don't learn from your mistakes because you never think you make any, but like, all right. But then I'm just going to go to, why are you not doing the Zoom anymore? There are so many children and parents that need to use the Zoom to be able to speak to you. You're not from this community. You don't want to be a part of it, very clear. So why don't you want to listen to us? I mean, you are such a one-track mind on how you can finance and enrich yourself. You don't listen to us, you should leave. Smile away. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brooke Longoria. Miss Longoria, ma'am, in the red shirt. This is your first warning. Yes, Miss Longoria, please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Brooke Longoria, and this is the last month that I can refer to myself as an HISD parent. In the new year, my children will be attending private school. I'm here tonight to speak to progress measures as I usually do, and once again state that these progress measures do not represent a well-rounded education. They do not carry the weight that you wish that they did. Ms. Bandy, when you talk about your own child and your hope for their future, I personally find it incredibly relatable. I have very similar goals for my children, and HISD, in my personal opinion, will not prepare my children for the future I want. Private school was never our first choice. My husband's a product of HISD. I always intended for my children to be graduates of HISD, and we are heartbroken to leave. Mr. Miles, I have a fundamental disagreement with your approach to education. Slides in pre-K are wrong. Removing books from English language arts is wrong. Teaching science via Zoom is wrong.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miriam Lopez. Miriam Lopez? Ms. Lopez? Yes, ma'am. And after Ms. Lopez, I've got Lydia Luce, and then Sarah Lyons, and then Brandy McDaniel.
¿Español?
Sí.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Lopez, please go ahead.
¿Dónde quedó la autonomía que se nos prometió? Nuestra escuela es parte de las 21 escuelas SAS. Malvada, mentirosa y abusiva es como describirían a la administración presente. Estrés, tristeza y duda es lo que se siente en el ambiente. Entre maestros y personal hemos perdido 7 en total. Mr. Miles, ¿prestó atención a las declaraciones de nuestra enfermera en la última junta o solo las ignoró? El impacto físico y mental que sufren nuestros hijos, maestros y personal bajo la administración es evidente. ¿Por qué teniendo personal calificado en nuestra escuela eligió a alguien que ni experiencia tiene? Si nosotros siendo SOS estamos pasando por esto, no quiero imaginar a aquellos que son parte de NES. ¿Acaso el propósito de la administración es que las escuelas autónomas pierdan su autonomía para que sean integradas a la lista de las escuelas NES?
Okay, where was the autonomy that was promised to us? Our school is part of the 21 unique and special schools. Evil, lying, and abusive is how you would describe the present administration. Stress, sadness, and doubt is what is felt in the environment. Between teachers and staff, we have lost 7 total. Mr. Miles, did you pay attention to our nurse at the last meeting? You just ignored her. The physical and mental impact that our children, teachers, and staff suffer under this administration is evident. Why having qualified person in our school with someone with no experience as a director? If we who are SUS are going through this, imagine those who are in NES. Is the purpose of this administration for the autonomous schools to lose their autonomy in order to integrate them into the NES list?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lydia Luce.
Good evening. My name is Lydia Luz. I'm speaking on behalf of every person and entity that values good public schools. The students and their families, each of whom has dreams and aspirations that HISD schools will be a stepping stone to a productive and satisfying career. Then the private sector, which relies heavily on the high quality of HISD graduates to fill jobs. Last but not least, our democratic system of government depends on educated and engaged citizens to elect officials who will govern in their best interests. It distresses me to hear the high number of families that have left HISD schools and the very high number of excellent teachers and administrators who have left the district, either quitting in frustration that their freedom to teach is being undermined by a rigid system of rote learning or being forced out for not parroting NES doctrine. Why would an unelected superintendent and board of managers responsible for the largest school system in Texas and the 8th largest in the U.S. want to do that? The answer is this is part of the playbook for Governor Abbott's crusade for school vouchers. I urge the board of managers
Thank you, ma'am.
to protect the system.
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brandy McDaniel. Brandy McDaniel? Ms. McDaniel? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. In reviewing district progress toward goals, please consider whether any gains are sustainable with our current rate of teacher turnover. A recent 4-year study conducted by UT revealed these key findings on teacher turnover. Turnover exacerbated inequalities. Turnover damaged the social networks and relationships that teachers relied upon for support. Turnover disrupted the shared meanings and goals within teacher teams and across schools, which were necessary for improvement. Turnover depleted institutional memory and impeded the ability of teachers to engage in problem solving and learning collectively. Turnover destabilized schools by undermining the organizational conditions necessary for school improvement. Even effective reforms were undermined by breaking up teaching teams. I will email this report and its recommendations to you after the meeting. Our kids, our schools.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Podish. Is she here? No. Our next speaker is Lisa Robinson. And she'll be followed by Jay Sizdizik, and Denise Wilborn, and then Michelle Williams. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Robinson?
School ELA teacher, my primary strategy was to meet each of my students where they were in their reading and writing skills and then go from there. For the special ed students in my classroom, this approach worked because we built on what they had already mastered. I also followed all accommodations required in their IEPs. My goal was to create a supportive environment where students could grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Your progress report states your primary strategy for meeting the needs of students with disabilities is to provide, quote, access to the same rigorous content as their non-disabled peers. Your report makes no mention of federally required services and accommodations. How will HISD ever meet the goals that you have laid out in your progress report when teachers are not able to meet our special ed students' needs? It will be impossible if we are relying on subpar
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Sizdick. And he'll be followed by Denise Wilborn, Michelle Williams, Lauren Zentz, and then a few Zoom speakers. Yes, sir.
Okay. NES, no educator is safe, no employee is secure. How dare you sit here and act like you're helping our kids while you tear apart our schools, our communities, our loved ones. Every cut, every injury to our minds, bodies, and spirits, every ignored, silenced voice makes all of your efforts nothing more than a riot of ridiculous indifference. You laugh, you smile, you wallow in it all like Orwell's Napoleon the Pig, and then dismiss reality as misinformation. This shared calamity we all live in because of you. How's this for truth? You are a segregator, not an integrator. You are a totalitarian, not a leader. You certainly are not a good actor. Enough already. It's time for you to get fired. It's time for you to get our score out of the building. Go back to Colorado to your disgracefully failing schools and stop stealing and wasting our money for your six-figure bootlicking cronies. Our people, our students, our communities, and our lives deserve better, and we will never stop until we get it. We are relentless as we are united, and we demand your immediate resignation.
Our next speaker is Dr. Denise Wilborn. Dr. Wilborn. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Denise Livings Wilborn, Master's Education, Reading Education, Doctorate, Ethical Leadership, Reading Education, ESL, GT, SPED, Current Certifications. Referring to slides on page 4 and 8, Diana Ravitch, April 2024 blog. The National Education Policy Center at the University of Colorado posted a summary of research about the current science of reading fad, which finds that the science is missing. Not much is scientific about the science of reading, according to NECP fellow Elena Adronova of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, as explained in a recent article published in a peer-refereed Harvard Education Review. She finds science has little bearing on what is proposed or discussed, despite various policy actors' claims to the contrary. Instead, SOR myths link tradition, curriculum, products, and divestment of social safety nets. In my opinion, any HISD reading progress data generated on the basis of
Thank you, ma'am.
education, I'm almost done.
Ma'am, your time is over. Thank you. This is your first warning. Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Williams. Yes, ma'am.
Williams, Houston Education Association and HISD teacher. I stand here before you to stress the importance of Section 28.0027 of the Texas Education Code, which you're probably not familiar with. This section requires that every school district adopt a clear curriculum, scope and sequence, and ensure ample time for both teaching and learning. However, under this current NES system being implemented within HISD, we're seeing a disturbing trend where neither our teachers or students are given time nor the resources necessary for success. The data that you're seeing is not the data that is true to what's happening in these schools. I know you want to believe what's coming out of here. It's not true. Talk to teachers. We have the data. You want true data? Ask a HISD teacher.
Thank you. I will note that Dr. Michelle Cruz-Arnold has just joined us via Zoom. Hi, Michelle. Our last in-person speaker that's present is Lauren Zentz on agenda items 1 in the first presentation. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Zentz.
Right. You know who took away my library and my SEL class? Miles. That is what my first grader says to me. She knows exactly who's responsible for the degradation of her school environment. She also tells me a classmate with behavioral problems was removed from the school. This could have been prevented if you hadn't stripped our school of several much-needed educator positions. There was insufficient special ed help, no teachers' aides to help, just young teachers who, thanks to you and the state, are increasingly unprepared to manage classrooms and also have no support to help students in needs. Helping students is what our schools are for, not placing them into some barbaric, timed, rote memorization military prison where they can't ask questions, can't go to the bathroom, and come out miserable and exhausted at the end of the day. Now that you've stripped our resources, students who need help are going back to the 1960s where they get to learn that they are less than, they are bad, and they are incapable instead of benefiting from the practices that modern real science has shown us work. Keep them engaged, keep them involved, teach them how to manage their feelings, nurture them. History is watching you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Michael T. via Zoom. No, he's not on. Okay. I have Dr. Michael T. on Zoom. No? Okay. So do we have any Zoom speakers to these two agenda items? Oh, they're not present in Zoom. Okay, got it. So does that conclude our speakers as to these two items? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. So we will. Sorry. We're going to consider action items on the agenda. We have 4 items pulled from the consent agenda, and without objection from my colleagues, we will also pull item 9, approval to waive board policy, BF local, board policies, and approval of proposed revisions to board policy, BED local.
I am.
Where is it? Oh, sorry. I skipped it. Okay, we will now, excuse me, I'm sorry. We will now hold a public hearing on the School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. I understand that our Chief Finance and Operations Officer, Jim Terry, is presenting. Is that right, Mr. Terry? Okay. No, this is the Financial Integrity System first, School First presentation. All right.
So,
Yes, sir.
good evening, Madam President, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to present the School First Integrity Rating System of Texas, also known as FIRST. This is a system that holds all school districts' financial management across the state accountable for what they do. So School First rating objectives is to assess the quality of the financial management in Texas public schools, measuring actually I probably need a glass of water if someone's got one. Measure and report the extent to which financial resources are allocated for instructional purposes, and also fairly evaluate quality of financial management decisions and openly report results to the general public. High School First Financial Rating System was released in TEA on, November 7th, 2020, and is based on the 22-23 financial data. The basis on the indicators. So the rating is just as schools and school districts are rated A, B, C, D, and F. Houston Independent School District earned a rating of A, or superior achievement, with a score of 96 out of 100. This is 2 points less than it was last year, and the reason is indicator number 8 here, which is looking at current assets divided by current liabilities. It's a liquidity. And you can see all the other indicators are essentially, passed, and we've got maximum score for, except for that one indicator. So I'll try to quickly go through this. So the ACFR is the...
Jim, you want to pull out a little bit? It's a little too
No,
zoomed
actually,
in.
I want to pull in and go through the indicator description. I think to go through all of it, if you want me to, I'd be more than happy to. But
Can you just zoom out for a second so we can see what the
Sure.
columns are?
You should have a copy in front of you, but
Just, thank you. Oopsie.
so here we go. All right. So what I'm going to focus in on is the indicator description, and then, as I say, the only one that we didn't pass is the get full points for is number 8. So with that, I will zoom in just a bit. The ACFR is a synonym for the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, and was submitted to TEA within the 150-day deadline after the fiscal year end. A modified version of the auditor's opinion would mean that the district needs to correct reporting or financial controls. So our financial report got what's called an unqualified opinion, which is the highest opinion you can get for financial report. You all got a copy of that in the November board meeting. This indicator, the next indicator, acts as if the district had a clean audit, ask if the indicator had a clean audit and had no material weakness in internal controls, and that's exactly what happened. We had none. A clean audit, or as I say, unqualified audit, indicates the district had no material weakness in its controls, and we had none. So this next indicator, indicator 3, did the district pay all of its bills, which we did. And the next indicator 4, did the district fulfill its obligations to, these are the Texas Workforce Commission, teacher retirement system, and the IRS, and we paid them all in a timely basis. Is the district a strong financial position? Yes, when you look at the total net assets, over $3 billion. How long in days after the fiscal year end could the district have operated with revenue? And the day actually is right here, which is 268 days, which is more than adequate. And this is 8, and this is the current ratio, which is the current liabilities the current assets divided by the current liabilities. And the reason that we're not getting 100% here is because we're a recapture district. And as a recapture district, one of the liabilities which fluctuates from year to year is the recapture. So as recapture goes up, so does the current liabilities go up. And if your current assets don't keep up, then it's going to give you a lower ratio. So that's the reason that we've missed 4 points this year and 2 points the year before. Did the district pay its short-term debt from current assets? And the answer is yes, it did. Okay, TEA established guidelines on the percent of the district's budget that can spend on administration, and it's 8%, and we spent less than 6% at 5.33%. This indicator asks about the district's enrollment change. Our enrollment change was just under 0.4%. Received maximum points on this. The next indicator, 15, the indicator is not being used this year. This is the PEMS. Did the PEMS numbers agree with the ACFR numbers? And yes, it did. The districts required financial information on the website. Yes, we put it out there. And in fact, this report and all of the backup reports to it will be posted shortly after this meeting. Did the district discuss property values with the board? Yes, we do it. We do that as part of the budget process. So we get in July 25th, we get the certified assessed value, which is what we use in order to get local and collect local revenue. The required disclosures can be found at this website. And that's my report. Any questions?
Ms. Flowers?
Thank you so much, Jim. I just have a question about the number 8, the recapture. So is there any part of that is within our control? Because my understanding from what you're saying is there's not, or am I missing something?
No, recapture is not in our control. The simple explanation is the weighted average daily attendance determines what's called the entitlement from the state. And what they do is they then look at the collections, and the collections include what we collect from the assessed value plus the available school fund. And if that amount is more than the entitlement, we get recaptured. If it's less, then the state would give us money. And so I guess the only real control we may have a little bit is, the WADA. If we can increase the enrollment, well, then that will increase our entitlement.
Thank you.
Anything else? Questions? I have a question also about number 8. Can we go back to that slide?
Sure.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying that current assets to current liabilities, the current liabilities, part of the current liabilities is recapture, is that right? Or the
Yes.
total liability is recapture?
The current liabilities are.
I'm sorry?
Yes, the liability, because Function 91 in the budget amendment, that is, the Function 91 is a recapture. That recapture is an expense on our financial statements. And so as recapture increases, our expenditures increase. And so you add that recapture to the total liabilities. The liabilities is divided into the assets. And that will lower your, what's called the current ratio.
Okay. And so recapture is a part of that current
Yes.
liabilities. Okay, understood.
It's a liability.
Thank you.
I just want to comment and say that at 96% out of 100, this shows that. I'm sorry. What?
Ma'am in the gray shirt, this is your first warning. She was talking over you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear. The report that was presented to the board was 200 pages plus or minus, something like that.
Yes.
And the information that the state puts out to try to score this is to try to grade the financial operation the same way they would grade school, the way they grade schools, right? Which is, are you taking care of your business? Are your audit reports clean? Are the ratios in reasonable numbers relative to other schools? And we have a 96 out of 100. So I just want to congratulate you and your team for the hard work it takes to get this done, because this just doesn't happen overnight, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort by your teams, and I appreciate you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? Good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Terry. Thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing on the School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. We will next address a discussion and report item number 1. Mr. Superintendent, are you presenting measure 4.3 for us?
Madam President, members of the board, I call Stacy Benson, Deputy Chief of Special Education Services.
Thank you. I think they're going to put up our computers are black. Is that okay? Oh. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Board of Managers. I'm here to provide data on Goal Progress Measure 4.3, which really informs Goal 4 as one of the Goal Progress measures. Goal 4 states that students in grades 4 through 8 who receive special education services that achieve growth as measured by Domain 2, Part 8 of the State Accountability System will increase from 63% in August of 2023 to 78% in August of 2028. And so our goal progress measure 4.3 is measuring the students who are projected to meet grade level standard in reading or math. And so I just want to remind you that previous goal progress measures that we ran over a couple months ago showed student growth in special education, where this progress measure is stating where students with IEPs actually are projected to meet the state standard. So just want to give some clarification on the goal progress measure. So in the first goal, as you can see, overall, last year we did awesome. Our students were able to meet that growth in that either reading or math domain, and that is how the state measures it. In that domain, they measure reading or math. And so that's why the district has chosen to keep that same measurement when we look at our goal progress measures to inform Goal 4, okay? So you can see at the end of the year 2023, our projection was 64%, and we outperformed that. And so we're on track to meet that goal of 78% in 2028. Sorry, my mouse is getting away from me a little bit. So you'll also see in Exhibit 2 is our students with disabilities in grades 3 through 8 who are projected to meet that grade level goal in math or reading. And so you'll see that at the beginning of the year this year, our percentage is higher than the beginning of the year last year. And so really asking you to look at those two measures, because you'll see that that there's a big increase, right? And where our students were last year from where they are now at the beginning of the year. So our hypothesis is that our students have been receiving that high quality instruction over this last period, and so that they are performing and expected to perform better each year. And so as you look at Exhibit 3, you're going to see that same information broken down by student groups, not students with IEPs and students who are not on IEPs. As the national as well as Houston ISD continues to see that gap between students without IEPs and students with IEPs. And so even though we did meet our target, we actually exceeded our target in all of the areas, there's still work to do. In order to close that achievement gap from our students with IEPs and students without IEPs. In the next Exhibit 4, you're going to see that same information. You'll see that we're on track to meet our goal for Goal 4. Again, you're seeing the breakdown from NES to our schools who are non-NES. And so just to give you a little bit of reflection on this is when we looked at the last goal progress measure for growth, our NES campuses actually outperformed our non-NES campuses in the area of growth. But in the meets grade level for reading or math, you'll see that our non-NES campuses are doing a little better than our NES campuses in this area. And so looking at that, we know that our students at NES campuses, even though students with IEPs are about the same percentage in NES and non-NES campuses, our NES campuses do have students in more restrictive environments, meaning that they're receiving more special education services, which typically based on their IEPs in their least restrictive environment. So there's a LRE code. When you go to a least restrictive environment code, a PEAMS code that basically says, based on the decisions that are made in the ARD committee, these students need this amount of services to support their needs. And so ARD committees determine those needs, and then as a district, we look at those codes so that we can help staff our campuses, because if we have students that receive more special education services, of course, we need more staff to support those services, whether that's educational services or some type of related services. So saying all that to say that at the NES campuses, when I say students are receiving more services because of what is in their actual ARD committees and that coding, if that makes sense. And so looking at that, we'll proceed on to Exhibit 6, which really is giving you that same information with a comparison of students with IEPs against students without IEPs. And again, we see that achievement gap and what we're going to do to address those areas. So when we're looking at what are the areas that we're really focusing, specially designed instruction is what special education is about. And so we have had a strong focus on, number one, recruiting and retaining our special education teachers. And thank you, Board of Managers, for approving the pay scale for our special education teachers, because we are able to provide our students with highly qualified, certified teachers to provide those services, as well as speech language pathologists and evaluators for that. And so that has been really a game changer this year for our kids. The other piece is really to focus on that specially designed instruction. And so what is specially designed instruction? It's what's outlined in that IEP that's created by that ARD committee. So the goals and objectives, as we look at this data as a whole, as a district, but there's a child behind each one of these numbers, and that ARD committee looks at that student's specific needs and develops goals to help close that gap. And so that's what specially designed instruction is, the students' IEP goals, as well as their accommodations, whether that is linguistic accommodations for our emergent bilingual students that have IEPs, or students who just have regular accommodations outlined by the ARD committee. It also includes behavior intervention plans if that's needed. So all of those things encompass the term specially designed instruction. So when you see that bullet point, even though it's a small bullet point, it's a mighty one because it really encompasses a lot of things. And so that's our big focus this year as we continue to meet our compliance timelines. We're also really pushing to make sure that each one of our students with an IEP has that specially designed instruction that is provided by a certified teacher and or service provider. And so what do? We train our teachers in what is specially designed instruction. We also monitor, as our students are monitored not only on MAP data, we look at progress on their IEP goals and objectives. Every reporting grading period, we look to see what is the percentage of IEP goals and objectives that students are progressing in. And if they're not progressing, identify those schools and provide support to those schools to see what exactly is happening there. So when we look at all of these reports, we're turning around and we're providing that actionable, what are the next steps? And how do we continue to provide that individualized instruction to our students that ensures that we're meeting our federal guidelines.
Madam President, if I could add.
Sure, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. That was excellent. I want to caution the board, just like we cautioned the board on our other NWA data, This is just beginning of year data that you're looking at. And so there is some room for comparison. At the same time, we really have to wait to see what happens at the middle of the year to determine how effective we are this current year. It is, having said that, it is really encouraging to know that our schools, our students start at a higher level this year. We can debate why, but it is a fact that they're much higher at starting point this year, or 3rd through 8th grade SPED students, than they were last year. We have 1,879 teachers or so, you correct me if I'm wrong,
And 20,000 students.
and
in
over
special
20,000 special ed students. That's a lot of teachers doing a lot of good work. And some of the things that Stacy and her team have put in place and the SPED teachers have really honed in on, those 1,870 some teachers, is things like focusing on instruction, making sure that the specially designed instruction actually improves the experience for the special ed student, to ensure that we are pushing the rigor. Yeah, that's a true criticism. We are pushing the rigor for special needs students, and they are stepping up and rising to the level of expectation. It doesn't happen by magic, and so I just want to thank Stacy and her team for all the work. And it's only been a year and a half. We got a lot more work to do, but you've been doing a great job.
Thank you. Okay, we will now open it up for our monitoring conversation. As a reminder, we have asked questions that are technical or tactical before tonight's meeting. So those questions and answers are posted with the agenda materials for the public. Our questions during this meeting should be of a strategic nature, meaning we ask questions to help us understand how the reality for our students is aligning with our vision. So any questions or comments from my fellow board members? Mr. Ravon.
Good evening. Thank you for sharing with us today. Thank you. Also, thank you for the hard work that you've done. From our first reading of the CGI last year, I was impressed with the results for these students, and that continues to track. So I concur with Mr. Miles' sentiment in that regard. I think, though, people are interested in understanding whether there is improvement in the schools, like they want to feel it and touch it and taste it, if you will. The information that's presented can be a little bit confusing because the end-of-year target has already been achieved in the beginning of the year. So it makes it a little bit like, okay, what are we looking at and how do we parse this? You set the targets. We figured out like what we think will get us to the goal. And we saw considerable CGI growth, as I mentioned before. I'm attempting to understand whether or not we've challenged ourselves sufficiently. Is the goal really going to be achieved with the data that we see? For instance, Exhibit 2 shows that we've already achieved the 5-year GPM target based on the beginning of the year in year 2. And so it begs the question, are our children now able to achieve the goal in year 2 that we've set for ourselves and for Goal 4? So I'd like to hear you kind of help me understand how to parse through the data in some form and what your thoughts are about our students' ability to actually get to where we want them to be based on, what we're saying, our KPIs to get us there.
I think based on last year when we took the district took the NWEA map for the first time ever, right? And so we came out and it was a pretty low beginning of the year, and that's what really, but looking at STAR data along with the NWEA map data, and we decided, this would be the best goal. Now it may be time to rethink that. I don't know. That's
Let me just add, a couple of the board members and I have already been talking about possibly adjusting. I don't want to speak for the board, but those conversations are ongoing, and we're going to be bringing it to the executive committee and then the full board relatively soon. Board
I think
President?
we've been talking about goal progress measures kind of across the board that have been presented by the administration as potential changes, some of which are ones that have already been achieved. And so, yeah, I think that's going to come before the board here early next year.
And just to say, that's a good problem to have, because the initial data was 11 percentage points. So the fact that we doubled it is again a testament to the work that people are doing.
And I'll just add, the overall 5-year goal is that 78%. And so we're going to keep pushing and definitely want to continue to shoot over the goal as our students. So we're going to keep pushing our students and our staff because that's what our expectation is, but it may be something that we do need to revisit.
Any other comments or questions from my fellow board members? Mr. Martinez?
Good afternoon. So I have a question. I know we received some key action items, some root cause analysis. I think it's important, at least for me, to look at the subpopulations and what we're doing. And so it may be part of the SDIs that you're referring to. I'm always concerned with emergent bilingual when it comes to this particular group. So tell me a little bit about the strategy, the practices that are going on for students who are not English proficient. How are we addressing the language barrier, or the challenges, I'll say, plus the IEPs? How are we combining all of those things?
So, yes, definitely in the identification of our students, it starts with the identification. So our students who teachers or parents or other members of the community may suspect that a child has a disability. And if that student has a home language other than English, then we definitely ensure that parents are receiving that information in their native language. The state has really upped their resources in all kinds of in various languages so that we have that to provide to our parents, and then making sure that we evaluate in both languages when that's needed to determine that disability. But also, a lot of things happen in the ARD meeting. And part of the ARD meeting for our emergent bilingual students is a member of the ARD committee member is a LPAC, Language Proficiency Committee member, who can speak to the linguistic accommodations that are needed for the student, not to just address the disability, but what are the language needs for that student in conjunction with maybe a cognitive disability that a student will have. And then they develop the goals to address that and the accommodations that are specific, language specific. So it could be pre-teaching vocabulary, things like that, but the LPAC representative in the ARD, in conjunction with the special education teacher, really talk about the student's performance, look at their evaluations, their TELPAS scores, to determine what those actual needs are. And then our teachers are trained on not only the linguistic accommodation pieces, but the special ed accommodations to make sure that they're implemented in that classroom.
I have a question from Dr. Arnold.
Madam President, and Stacy, thank you for the presentation. Following up on Mr. Martinez's question, I have a question about the key action steps and how the district plans to continue to engage parents to help elevate these students.
So as far as parent participation, one of the things that we're measuring in our parent participation is, number one, are parents receiving ample notification so that they're able to participate in those ARD committees that really develop that student's education plan for the year, and how important it is to have parents involved in the creation of that plan. So as we conduct our file reviews, that's something that we're measuring our schools on to make sure that our parents are involved. The other piece to that is we look to see, our parents attending the ARD committees. Not only are they invited, but are they in attendance? And so when we look at that data to see periodically what schools are having, are there key schools that come out that have a higher rate of non-attendance than other schools, then we're following up with those schools to see what can we do to support them, to help build that parent participation, not only in the ARD committee meeting, but outside of the ARD committee meeting. We've also done training with our department chairs on what does parent participation really mean. After COVID, parent participation changed a lot. We were able to offer more ways parents can engage in the ARD committee meetings, like Zoom, phone, etc. So making sure that they have those ample opportunities, and then making sure our parents are getting their progress reports. So like a report card, parents should be receiving their individual student progress reports in conjunction with that report card data. And that's what we also monitor every report card, at the time of every report card distribution. We monitor campuses to see has progress reports been finalized, have students made progress on their individual IEP goals and objectives. And then,
Thank you.
yes.
Any other questions, comments from Ms. Ozanne Bandy?
Thank you so much for the information and the hard work. I have a question regarding, and you spoke about it a little bit, and I'm going to ask you to probably repeat it, so forgive me, just so I'm clear. But I was curious as to Exhibit 5 around, we're comparing students with disabilities at NES schools and in PUA schools. You spoke a little bit about the delta. You said something about restrictive environment. So can you just explain to me what that means? You kind of did, but I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay. So we know in grades 3 through 8 at NES and non-NES campuses, the number of students with IEPs is about the same. It's about the same. However, the students at NES campus, there are more students that receive services in a more restrictive setting. So going back to that ARD committee and the decision making, what we typically know is that when students require more specially designed instruction in special education classrooms, then there's more of a probably a cognitive gap in their learning.
Okay.
So we know that although the population, the number of students in NES and non-NES are about the same, that the students at the NES have higher needs for specially designed instruction.
Okay. And thank you for that. And if we're talking about students with higher needs, then is it fair to assume that they are receiving more supports?
Yes.
Okay.
All students are receiving the supports that are outlined in their ARD. So.
Right. And that's.
Okay.
And so I'm asking, so it seemed, again, I just want to restate. So what we're saying is that students at NES schools typically need more supports as outlined in their, as decided by the ARD committee.
Correct.
Okay.
In a more, what we call a more restrictive setting. So when we go to ARD, and if you receive special, let's say you receive accommodations in what we call the general ed classroom. So your general ed teacher would be accommodating their lessons based on what the ARD committee designed, okay? But if you may have a more significant disability where I may not be able to go into that general education classroom, I may have to go into a special education classroom for English language arts. That's a more restrictive setting. So we know that in the NES campuses that we have, even though the number is about the same, we have students who receive services in a more students that receive services in a more restrictive setting as outlined by their art committee.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that kind of what I feel is foundational information. So I guess my question is, and if you just need to restate what you said as the reason, that's fine, but I just want to make sure I'm asking it. So why are we seeing that students with disabilities at PUA schools are outperforming students with disabilities at NES schools? What is your professional opinion or hypothesis on that?
Two things. This GPM is measuring meets standard. The last GPM we looked at was growth. Like students are growing more at NES schools than they were at PUA. If you look back at the presentation on the growth scores, you'll see that the students in NES had more growth.
Okay.
Hence, they had probably more learning gaps than here. And this is a different standard where it's meet standard, where the last standard just said, hey, are you growing? This one's saying, are you able to meet the state standard for passing in the STAR exam? And so we see that our students at the PUA schools are a little ahead on that, but we also know that their need for specially designed instruction isn't as great at these schools because of the number that I was just saying. Like at the NES schools, there's students that require more restrictive settings than there are in students at the non-NES schools.
Got it?
Okay.
Can we have, I know several folks had some like chimes or bells or something on their wrist. It's very distracting. So I'm just asking whoever has got them that's moving around, if you could either take them off or stop moving, that would be really helpful for us up here. Any other questions or comments?
I have some questions.
Dr. Hoffman-Lack, Dr. Lack, this is your first warning. Thank you.
Can I finish?
Oh, sorry. Yes,
no,
Ms. Van
No
Dam.
problem. Thank you. So, you also made mention of file review. And so Rolando and I were meeting with the Citywide Coalition today. We were talking about our goals and constraints. And we have a constraint number 2, that speaks to, no ineffective or programs that negatively affect IEPs and just meeting the needs of our students with disabilities. And a measurement that we are sharing during our community engagement meetings is that, I think 12% of file reviews have been conducted, and we're moving towards a target of 20% in 2028. I guess I'm trying to understand. So for instance, if we have a child with special needs and we have not reviewed their file, we are not necessarily clear that we are in compliance with meeting their needs. Is that correct? How are we sure that we are complying with meeting an individual child's needs? Is that the file review process?
So in our file review process, we do a sampling in the fall and the spring of 5 folders per campus. And so I think it was over around 1,200 files, or I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's a sampling. So are we looking at, in our, I think our PEIMS number was 20,000, about 20,300 students we have currently in special education. Are we looking at every 20,000 students' folders? No, we're looking at a sampling of them. But what we are doing is what we take from that data, from the file review, and seeing that, okay, these are areas of targeting areas that we really need to focus on with our campuses. So our division support teams, which includes directors and coordinators and our division superintendents, as well as our EDs, work in conjunction with special education to address those areas on the campus. So if we see in the file review that there may be, we may need to look at accommodations being implemented. We may need to look at some of these things. Then we follow up with the campuses, and we not only are looking at that student's file, but we're also looking at the whole process on the campus of what is your process that you have in place to ensure that IEPs and accommodations are being implemented. What can we do to support you in that? So we're digging down to the campus student level to address those areas. The file review is just one thing that helps to inform us on what to look at.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question. If I'm a parent with a student with special needs, can I waive the right to file review or special accommodations? Is that my parental right to actually waive that?
Yes, you can revoke services if you choose not to, even though your child may qualify to receive special education services, you may revoke services at any time.
Do we have, my next question is, if I'm a parent that has revoked services, is my student with special needs still included in these numbers?
No. Because they're no longer receiving special education services. What the process would be is if you chose, of course, we're going to talk to that parent and let them know the pros and the cons of revoking those services. And then the next step would to decide if that student needed to be supported under Section 504, because the disability is not going away. The specially designed instruction would be what the student is no longer receiving, but you could receive some accommodations under 504.
Are 504 students included in these numbers?
No, only students who have what we call the special education indicator in our PEIMS, meaning they have been evaluated and they are receiving services for special education.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Flowers?
Thank you so much for your report. I think I just have two questions. Still trying to dig in a little bit on the discrepancy between the PUA and the NES campuses. So I understand what you're saying about the other measure is about progress. So NES is moving quicker, but baseline achievement, PUA is starting at a higher baseline. So I get that. But it was a little surprising, I guess, to hear the conversation about the IEPs and the number, and that may be a part of what we're looking at, or mostly what we're looking at. My question is, one, just to kind of say out loud, it's a little disconcerting to hear that. So as we're processing it, my question is, does the file review process also ensure a line of sight into how the ARDs are occurring? Because I'm wondering if the assumption that on the two campuses you have more IEPs in one, have you investigated that, and is there anything worth investigating? I guess my question is, two different populations, and you're saying vastly different. Is that because of the students coming to the table, or is that because of the people doing the ARDs? It's just a little disconcerting, and I'm wondering if y'all have looked at that, or if you're, or why you don't have a concern.
So I wouldn't say, I definitely think, number one, that we're going to address whether you're receiving more services or you're not receiving, or you're receiving less services. We're still expecting growth and progress, regardless if you're in a more self-contained setting or you're in a more inclusive setting.
I guess here's what, let me say out loud what I'm wondering about underneath. Not that they wouldn't be receiving the services. If the most restrictive environment is the best thing for the student, of course that's what you're doing. If the most restrictive environment is not, and the student would achieve differently, and unless, we know the pros and cons of those things, that's what I'm talking about.
So definitely, then.
Dr. Hoffman-Lack.
And so
This
that
is your,
is an
sorry,
area-
this is your second warning. I'm going to ask you to please leave the boardroom. Thank you.
And so definitely the ARD training that our principals receive, and they've actually received, as well as our special education teachers, on how to make decisions, ARD committee decisions, based on data to determine, because the law says that students are going to be served in the least restrictive environment that they're able to progress in, right? And so we have provided that training to our principals actually about 2 months ago in our principals meeting. So, and took them through a scenario and had them make the decision with their group. How would you, what type of placement would you recommend?
I'm hearing you, and I'm pushing a little, but I'm hearing you. So I'm not talking about the front load training. I guess what I'm talking about is if you get data, are you questioning the data? So I know we're doing more training, but what I'm talking about is if the data might lead to you thinking about things beyond the front load training to see if there's an issue on a campus.
So the question,
that's what I'm asking.
Yes, we do look at that data to see, are there certain campuses that have more students in a more restrictive setting that may or may not? But again, it goes back to those ARD committee meetings, so we have to prepare the people who are sitting around the table to make the right decision.
I guess what I'm asking you about is not the front loading. I'm asking you, I guess, so my question was, you have investigated that, and you're saying you have looked to see if there are any outlier reasons as to why these NES campuses have a disproportionately high most restrictive. That data, y'all have already looked at that.
Yes, we've looked at our LRE coding all the time to see, because number one, we have to look at it for staffing. So
I mean investigate whether there's an issue is what I'm trying to be explicit about. Not do we know the numbers. Have you guys looked at this?
Conduct a root cause analysis to see exactly why those numbers are.
Yes, I guess that's what I'm raising. Yeah, and I'll leave that there. Next question.
Do you want an answer?
Well, I thought you were, go ahead.
So I would say yes, we look at the specifics, but we also know that that's something that we need to continue to look at as our committees make decisions. To make sure that they have the tools to make the right decision, and also really evaluating our early intervention to make sure that we're starting in that least restrictive environment early in those early years, so that when we get to the older grades, we don't have as many students in more restrictive settings. So really partnering with pre-K and how we can expand our inclusive special education services in that pre-K area as well, so that we're building a pipeline where we're not sending kids to more restrictive settings.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues?
My last is about.
I'm sorry.
Parent engagement. So you talked about parent engagement on the comms end with the ARDs to make sure the parents have access to that part. So something that was difficult for me, and if you could just kind of voice out for us, what is the current process if, as a parent, you feel that your child is not receiving their IEP accommodation? Can you kind of tell me step one? That was always very confusing, and who, what, when, where. So can you just tell me how the parents would do that?
So we always start with the principal first at the campus. So we would definitely encourage that would be the place where parents start with the principal. And if it's not getting addressed there, then we have our division staff that step in, and we.
Can you step it, like literally, if I'm a person, I know no one's name,
Yeah.
how do I know which name on the website or whatever?
So if you don't know anyone to approach, then we have on our website SPED supporting parents. On our special education website, we have a phone number and an email. And so we have parent liaisons that run that, and then they help to solve whatever issue may be coming through. And we have where the expectation is to resolve within 5 days, and we really work with our unit teams and the campuses to resolve whatever may come into that portal.
That's awesome that exists now. That's awesome. Thank you so much, and very simple. So thanks.
Any other, Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, just want to follow up comment to Ms. Angie. So I was actually on my kid's campus, and they had a poster board that said, if you have questions about your IEP, please contact this number, which is great. But one of the challenges I find with our district is that we don't have enough communication for non-English speaking families. And that's been huge, and not just for special ed, but just any updates to the district. So what measures do we have today to ensure that non-speaking English parents know the process, know their rights, and just know about special education services?
On our website, we do have some Spanish, but we don't, I mean, it is something that we really do need to work on and definitely own that. As far as like the signage, I'm thinking I know what sign you're talking about, and I know we have it in English and Spanish, so wondering why but we also have it in other languages as well. So I think there's some work definitely that we could do there and seeing what the language at the campuses are and making sure that they have the resources and the signage for that.
And just to follow up, so I was speaking to some Spanish parents, I think last week. Their arts got rescheduled because there was no Spanish interpreter available. What resources do we have, I guess, from a language interpreter perspective? Do we have enough to accommodate, to meet the needs of our population?
So we actually utilize, of course, Spanish speakers that are available at the campus, but we also utilize contract service providers. So that was I'll follow up on that.
Mr. Ravon, did you have something? No? Anybody else? Okay. On this side, anybody? No? Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update presentation of Goal 4 Progress Measure 4.3? I have a motion by Ms. Lindner and a second by Ms. Mendoza. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, please vote. Good. Oh, and Dr. Arnold says yes. We good? Adam, Mr. Ravon. Oh, he's trying to get it back on. Hit my computer. No? He gives a thumbs up. Can we count that? Or do we need a, yeah. Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We will now hear from our remaining registered speakers, beginning with those who are in person for both the agenda and hearing of community. They will be followed by speakers who are on Zoom. We will call speakers to the microphone in groups, beginning with speaker numbers 1 through 10. We have seats in the front row reserved for the next group of speakers, so please feel free to come up once your number has been reached. Please state your full name and topic before beginning your remarks. And I'm calling for speaker number 1, please. Oh my. Emily Schmidt, I have. So we'll be on speakers 1 through 10. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Emily Schmidt. I'd also like to thank y'all for your time being here. I am here to ask y'all to get the book Gender Queer by Mia Kobe out of our schools. This book is a graphic novel where the author depicts sexual images. On page 167, she depicts a child sucking on another child's penis. There are many other pornographic drawings throughout this graphic novel. Again, this graphic novel is called Gender Queer by Mia Kobe, and I apologize for having to say a homophobic slur, but that is the name of this book. And I ask you all to please think about why this graphic novel is suitable for children. Yeah. This is the image.
Okay, let's let this speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker, speaker number 2. Okay, let's keep order. Speaker number 2, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name's Kathy Beasley. Last year when the takeover began, I worked in HISD at Sharpstown High School in special education. At the beginning of the year, special ed teachers had no time to prepare for students. We were in meetings every day from morning until late afternoon. It was total chaos. Deans could not provide schedule changes because they were too busy. By January, we had lost half our special ed staff because of the constant pressure. We each had to donate 1 hour a day to stay in the SLC class as their teacher had quit. This was hell, as the students in this type of class require constancy, and having 7 different teachers in a class caused them to become upset and sometimes violent. By the end of February, I had been placed in the other self-contained class that also needed a teacher, this time SLL. All of this could have been avoided, of course, by treating teachers better. Teachers are stressed, students are stressed. Special ed students deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
My name is Victoria Fredette. I'm speaking to agenda item 9. Board of Managers, I'm standing here now speaking to you because I have the privilege of having a job that allows me the flexibility to leave at 4 p.m. to be here for a 5 p.m. board meeting, the ability to afford after-school care for my daughter, and a husband who doesn't work the night shift, who can feed her dinner and get her to bed while I sit here each month into the evening. I have a functional car to drive across town to this building, and I'm able-bodied without medical restrictions or disabilities to get here. I'm extremely privileged and fortunate that I have all these things that allow me to be here to speak. By eliminating the option to speak over Zoom, you are silencing the voices of the people who do not. Please stop firing our principals and fire Mike Miles. Thank you.
Okay, number 5, or number 4, I think. Number 4, there you go. Thank you.
Ignore us, disrespect us, misuse us, don't engage us. Y'all don't really care about us. Why would you even consider restricting speech, comments, input from the community, or ending Zoom comments? Didn't you want to stop restricting community engagement? Didn't you want to improve community engagement? I've just had toes amputated, and the last time when I talked to you all, I was in a rehab. Before then, I was in a hospital. So you want to stop the elders? I am an elder because I turned 69 last week. The incapacitated from telling it like it T.I. is? You don't want me at the meeting, I guess. Oh, yeah, and you are not elected, and you seem to feel like you don't need to listen to us, as evidenced by your ignoring us and not paying attention and smirking like F. Mike Miles does. Oh, yeah, and I want to thank you Trumpsters for establishing the military academy.
Thank you.
Ignore us, disrespect us, misuse us, don't engage us.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker number 5.
Good evening.
Dr. Pamela Bovelin, and I am here to congratulate y'all for doing what you have always done, and that is try to silence us. The more you try, the more people come out to speak. Try to understand clearly, we don't really care whether you listen to us or not, because the people are listening to us. No trust, no bond defeated your $1 million pact. All those mail-outs, we beat them. We beat them because y'all show every week, every month, every day that you want to silence speech. That is not how this city, this county works. You know it, you live here, and trying to hide how developers, like some of y'all on the board, want to sell off all our property. Wasted money. Not gonna work.
Six.
There's no number.
Claire Wrigley. First, thank you for scheduling a budget workshop in January. Starting this process earlier than last year will allow for more in-depth discussions and a better decision process. As you consider the $125 million budget amendment, please keep in mind that since the takeover, the number of administrators making over $150,000 per year has increased by 250%, while the number of maintenance staff has decreased by 56%. You are being asked to approve janitorial contracts for more than $3.6 million. Right now, teachers and students are cleaning classrooms and PTOs are doing yard work. A big part of why the budget amendment is needed is due to enrollment dropping by over 8,000 students, more than double the amount budgeted. I know personally many families who are leaving for private schools. What is being done to retain families? How are you holding the administration accountable instead of opening our checkbook?
Thank you. Speaker number 7.
Good evening. I'm Christy Michelle Brewster, retired school nurse, 35 years of service certified. I fundamentally disagree with the revision of the public participation access to the board meetings. Is this your new process for community engagement, eliminating Zoom? Does that mean the BOM's going to not be on Zoom too? Dumbing down the translator service, meaning the person, I'm calling that the Jessica Compost rule. Eliminating the hearing of the community in any and everything that the president that wants to discreetly change. So if that's how you all are going to do, put a noose around our neck and dare us to speak at the board meeting, you don't remember the recent bond failure? Speaking up is what got that where it is. Well, if it's going to look like that, F. Mike Miles, in your absence, little brother. If you're going to close the front door, we the people going through the back door. We going to talk.
Yes, ma'am. Next, number 8. Speaker number 8. Min Don Tran.
Hi, Mindon Tran speaking on item number 9. I'm here to express my disappointment and concern over the decision to eliminate Zoom public comments. Let's be honest, this is not about efficiency. It's about silencing the community, especially those who can't be here in person. Not every parent, teacher, or concerned citizen can fight through Houston traffic at 5 p.m. or 7:30, whatever it is. Not everybody can leave work, find childcare, or overcome physical limitations to sit in this room. Zoom gave these voices a chance to be heard. Removing it shuts them out. What are you afraid of? Hearing from the single mom juggling 2 jobs? From the NES teacher who's not allowed to leave school until 5 or 5:30? Are you afraid of the fun background some people use on Zoom? You talk about transparency, but actions like this say otherwise. Do y'all even realize how board meetings used to be twice a month for the public? If this board values equity and engagement, you'll keep the Zoom option. Our voices matter, and this district belongs to all of us, not just those privileged enough to be here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is number 10. Speaker number 10. James Barnes. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I skip 9? I'm sorry. Mr. Vega? Richard Vega? Yes, sir.
I want to bring your attention to some books that we found on your website that kids have access to, and it's straight pornography. It's extreme sexual vulgarity and sexual content. What's being passed around is a book called Let's Talk About It. It's extreme graphic. Another one is called Trans Plus that has QR codes in it that you can scan, and it takes you, one of them has 75 QR codes. On one of those scans, it takes you to a page called Fucking a Trans Woman. And another one takes you to how to buy a dildo, how to get strap-ons, and how to have sex with different people. This is completely educationally unsuitable. And what I want to know is, because I was able to access this on Chavez High School, also able to access in Jones, I was able to access in Milby. Why is this allowed in our schools? Why are we spending money on these type of books and not on resources for our children? Why is not this type of stuff being stopped so we can be able to give our kids tutoring and get them back on grade level? The budget needs to be able to be stopping stuff like this to pour back into our community.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is speaker number 10. Speaker number 10. Yes, sir. All right. Or can we get order, sir? Go ahead. You're speaker number 10?
Yes, number 10. As soon as that kicks, I'm ready.
I'm sorry?
I'll get going. Yes, hello. My name is James Barnes. I'm with God's House Church, and I wanted to talk about some private things and some common things. So some common things, we know Mike Miles, or the school district's a $2.1 billion budget. I just checked that out. Also, Mike Miles makes $380,000 a year. Those are public things. We can look them up. We can see them. But there's some private things we don't want to see in our school districts. I think the pastor just talked about it. We have other pastors who are very interested in it. There's common things and there's private things. We're not interested in seeing the private things y'all are bringing before us. I'm a married man. As a married man, we have private things in our relationship, and then we have public things. And I'll tell you what I do personally with my wife. We display ourselves publicly and let everybody know what we're doing. But there's things behind the doors that we shouldn't be doing. And we don't want our kids to see those things. And unfortunately, what we're seeing in our schools are books that are displaying those private things. We don't want those private things displayed. And that's all.
Thank you, sir. We have speaker number 11. Speaker number 11. Speaker number 11. Are you speaker number 11, Ashley Martinez?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So I wanted to bring to y'all's attention a book that's actually in Chavez High School that's named House of Sky and Breath. And I actually wanted to read y'all a passage out of this. It says, his cock instantly hardened. Fuck yes. His
Stop,
balls tight
stop,
with each
time out.
daily push.
Can we need to be able to hear the speaker, everybody in the room. Thank you. Can we just, stop. No one on Zoom can hear anything that y'all are saying. If I can't hear the speaker, then no one can hear the speaker. So if we can hear the speaker, we can deal with whatever the speaker is saying. But if I can't hear it, we can't hear it. Ma'am, we cannot speak in profanity.
But
so
my understanding
please,
is why is this book in the school?
Ma'am,
If this book is in the school and I can't speak it out here, how does it make sense? If my 13 and 14-year-old can access this book,
ma'am,
then
your
why
time
can't I
is
speak it in
going.
here? If I can speak
Please
it, if I-
speak. Go ahead, but do not speak profanity. Thank you.
I'm reading an excerpt from a book that you are allowing in the school, so it makes no sense. If I can't say it here, why is my 13 and 14 and 15-year-old able to access this and read it?
The rule
Does
in
that
this,
make sense to you?
ma'am, the rule in this boardroom is no profanity. So please
Why is it
do
in
not.
the book that you are providing to our high schoolers?
Ma'am,
How is it?
I will give you a warning, and then you will get a second warning, and you will be asked to leave. It's your choice. Go ahead.
So, His balls tightened with each trailing caress. Ren hoisted her up and she wrapped her legs around his middle, his cock dangerously close to where it wanted to be. You see how offensive
You have
this?
one warning. Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Speaker number 12. Speaker number 12.
Good afternoon. I want to speak
afternoon,
about
sir.
another book that y'all got out here. Y'all got in Chavez High School. First of all, these books that are in these schools are not allowed in prison. They're not allowed in prison. So for them to have them in a school, it's wrong.
Again, to the audience, please keep your comments to yourself. We are trying to hear the speakers. It is disrespectful to us, to each other, to the
was not
speaker.
known about
Sir,
respect.
sir, we are
Yes.
trying to hear you. I can't hear you over the folks in the back. If you want to address the board, go ahead. I'm asking the crowd that's here to keep it quiet so we can hear, and so the people who are listening or who will watch this meeting later can hear. It's respect for you to be able to address us. So will you please go ahead, sir? Thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So a lot of these books here, they're not even allowed in prison. You know, for them to have them at these schools, a lot of these books, what they have in these books, here's some of it. When her hand slipped into my fly, her fingers didn't brush against me gently. They sought me out and grabbed. I groaned into Eve's mouth and was greeted with a groan in return. It only took a few seconds for her negative to fly my boxers. Her fingers were on me directly. Like, how are we having these books for these kids, though? You know, like a lot of these books.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is speaker number 13. Speaker number 13. Speaker 13, Mr. Daniel Rodriguez. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Rodriguez. I'm from Community Transformation Church. This book was in 8 high schools. It's called Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl. This goes on to say on page 59, are you going to eat her pussy? Are you going to,
Sir,
Earl,
this
are
is
you
one
going to
warning.
eat her pussy? Do you even know how to eat it?
Sir, that's your second warning.
This is,
Sir,
this-
I'm asking that you please leave. Sir, you heard me. Tell everybody in this room, we're not going to have profanity, sir. Thank you.
It's in the book.
Thank you,
I'm just
sir.
reading what's
Your
in the
point
book,
is
ma'am.
heard. Thank you very much. I'm asking you to please leave the boardroom.
If we do nothing about this
Sir,
situation, we become participants.
Are
in
you
the
not
foul
going to follow my
mindset,
instruction?
Sacrificing the innocence.
Sir,
innocence
are you
of
going
our
to not
children.
follow my instruction? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is number 14. Speaker number 14. Bonnie Wallace. Yes, ma'am.
So before you start my clock, I would like to make an observation because
Ma'am,
I've
your
been-
time has begun.
No,
Please go ahead.
that's not fair.
It is fair. It
Because
is fair.
we listen to these people without commenting on their comments, and so we would like the same courtesy.
That is what we have done for you. That's why I'm asking the crowd repeatedly.
So I'm here to tell you-
Pause for a moment, because we're going to start your time in a second. I'm asking the crowd again, please respect the speaker. Please respect yourselves so that you all can hear what these folks have to say. Respect the board and respect the people that are watching on Zoom or after this call or after this meeting, because you cannot hear the speaker over the noise. So if you can please keep it to yourselves. Ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all listening tonight. I'm here to tell you about the law. The law says, I'm looking at the Texas State Library and Archives Commission, and it very clearly states that a collection development policy must comply with all applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations, specifically prohibit the possession, acquisition, and purchase of harmful material or library material that is pervasively vulgar or sexually explicit or educationally unsuitable. The books that we're talking about are all 3 of those things. They talk about, they have QR codes to Grindr. Grindr's a sex app that people hook up and have homosexual sex for. There's a disclaimer in one of the books. It says the authors and publisher expressly disclaim responsibility from any adverse effects.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Speaker number 15, Anna Miniu. Our next speaker, number 15, Ms. Wu. She may have left. Speaker number 16. Speaker 16. Maria Soto? Yes, ma'am. And you're going to use a translator this afternoon? Yes, ma'am. Sí. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mari Soto, esta es mi primera vez aquí como oradora. Hemos estado en HISD por 7 años, mis hijos están en tercero y quinto grado. Nuestra escuela tiene nivel 4 de autonomía, es de inmersión en español y certificada en el programa de escuela primaria del Bachillerato Internacional.
Okay, good evening. My name is Mari Soto. This is my first time here as a speaker. We have been in HISD for 7 years. My children are in 3rd grade and 5th grade. Our school has level 4 autonomy in Spanish immersion and certified in elementary school program of the International Bachelor's. Yeah.
Sin embargo, el currículum NES es impartido de prekinder hasta octavo. Este currículum no está diseñado para estar inmerso en el programa IB. En IB, las materias se conectan entre sí, ahora no. En IB, las clases están lideradas por los estudiantes, ahora no. Los niños aprenden a su propio ritmo, pero con la presión de los timers, ahora no.
However, the NES curriculum is taught from pre-K to 8th grade. This curriculum is not designed to be immersed in the 1B program. In 1B, the subjects are connected to each other. Now, no. Classes are led by students. Now they're not. Children learn at their own pace with the pressure of timers. Not my question. Okay.
Mi pregunta, ¿es posible que nuestras escuelas pierdan las certificaciones de IB porque no están siguiendo los estándares y porque HISD no le está dando al programa el soporte necesario? Gracias.
Okay, my question, is it possible that our schools will lose the 1B certifications because they are not following the standards and because HISD is not giving the program the necessary support? Thank you. Our children, our school, our community.
Nuestros hijos, nuestra escuela, nuestra comunidad.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 17, Jennifer Jennifer Perry. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Board. I think that I heard that you said you're tabling items 8 and 9 on the agenda. I couldn't quite understand because we then switched to something else, and I think Audrey was speaking on that. But if you haven't, I would highly suggest that you table 8 and 9. 1, speaking to the Zoom for public comment. If Zoom is okay for an ARD and IEPs, and we're allowing that for the convenience of the school and the members of the school and the parents, why would we not also then extend that convenience to the parents that want to speak at the board meetings? Also, tabling number 10, I would advise, it looks like there are being restrictions put on the amount that Mr. Miles can change the magnets programs, but there's no minor or major modification definition. So in his mind, what might be a minor modification might actually really impact the magnet program much more substantially. So if you put a definition in 9 and 10, in 10, that would be helpful. And if you could limit agenda item 8 and 9, if you do approve it, to a time frame, so that when we have an elected board, we would be able to have comments in Zoom again, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker number 18, Rodney McCoy.
My name is Rodney McCoy, and I am going to read a part out of a book called Jesus Land. And this is a book that is available to underage kids in this school system that should never be there. Part of this book talks about, it says, as I stare at Scott's penis, wanting to lick it like a lollipop. I hear the giggles of girls talking about blowjobs they've given at school. As I put Scott's penis in my mouth, I feel something slimy squirt into my mouth. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. If I were to sit down and read this to a child, I would be put in jail. So why is it allowed? I'm reading it from a book that's in the school, right here. So I'm reading it. So
Our next speaker is speaker number 19. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Julian, and I'm here to read off a book that's in y'all's HISD libraries, Jack of Hearts. Ask him if you can give him a blowjob in the laundry room, misogyny, touching girls' bodies without their consent, saying pussies are gross. This also describes a virginity wish list, which says jerking someone off, giving a blowjob, gotten a blowjob, top, bottom, playing with a sex toy, and even being blindfolded while someone went down on me, and threesomes. School board, if y'all don't take this out, y'all are either a pervert or a coward.
Our next speaker is speaker number 20. I can't, Okay, sorry. If anyone else is going to read from something, there are children in the room. I'm going to ask that you please identify the book name, okay, so that we can actually understand what you're talking about. And number two, announce the fact that you're about to read from a book so that the parents who have children in this room can make a decision about whether they want to leave their kids in here. The last thing that I will say is there will be, ma'am, thank you, there will be no profanity, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, go ahead.
I also will be talking about these books that are filling our children's library. I believe it's time to take a stand, and I believe that our children are getting attacked from all sides. We as parents, as a community, have a daily battle with society and the neighborhoods that we grew up in and the way we grew up, right? I've actually, like my brother said, some of this literature wouldn't be allowed in the prison system, and it's in the school systems, right? I don't believe I have to read any more quotes because I think the points have been proven. I understand that other people here are fighting for other things, but we're trying to fight for the children of the innocence of our children, right? If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. So everyone that can hear the sound of my voice, stand up and stop the madness of stealing the innocence from our children.
Our next speaker is speaker number 21, David Stokely. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Time running. There's 6 of y'all that have kids in HISD. Ms. Audrey, Ms. Michelle, Ms. Cassandra, Ms. Jeanette, Rolando, and Adam. So since we're about educating in facts, let's talk facts. Overexposure to pornography for high school kids lead to addiction-like symptoms. Repeated exposure to pornography can overstimulate the brain's reward system, potentially leading to compulsive viewing and difficulty deriving pleasure from non-sexual activities. It also reduces impulse control. Adolescents are still developing the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision-making and impulse control. Now, let me tell you something. Before I was running multi-million-dollar departments, I was 10 years incarcerated. I didn't know how to make decisions because I had that. I started having sex at 13 years old. I was introduced to a lot of things as an adolescent. So my thing to you as parents on this board, what are you going to do about this? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is number 22. Speaker 22, Keith Kitka.
Do you want to say something? Okay. Well, she
Yes,
was
sir.
going to speak earlier, but obviously that's changed. Okay, so my name is Keith Kitka. I'm a Harvard parent. If I'm here, that means things have kind of gone screwy because I don't like to do this. I'm a business owner, and honestly...
Sir, can you move the mic towards you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't like doing this. I don't like this kind of thing. I don't like being here. I don't like the position that you have put us in. Removing our principal, not providing a qualified new principal until after that one had to quit. This has been unacceptable. As a consultant of more than 15 years, I don't know how you guys think that this is effective. and I'd really like to see the communication just somehow get better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 23. Jessica Campos.
I know you guys thought about me outside of the boardroom because you're making some changes to the Spanish. Can I get a translator?
Oh, we have it written down?
I'll read it first.
And then
and
we
then
can
I'll-
read it?
yeah.
No problem.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jessica Campos. Estaré hablando sobre el punto 2 de la agenda. No puedo decir que estoy sorprendida por su comportamiento de tóxica. Después de que el bono fracasó, muchos de ustedes prometieron más transparencia y se comprometieron a trabajar con la comunidad. Sin embargo, al renunciar y apresurar los cambios de pólizas BF local y AE local, parecen estar actuando el papel de la típica tóxica, ignorando, jugando al silencio y negando interactuar con nosotros. Esto no es como los adultos resuelven conflictos. Este es un berrinche por no conseguir lo que ustedes querían. Sus acciones muestran un claro desprecio hacia las personas que serán directamente afectadas por sus decisiones. Nuestros hijos, nuestros maestros y nuestra comunidad escolar. Las pólizas que están intentando remover garantizan que nuestra comunidad tenga una voz. Omitir ese proceso no solo acelera las cosas, los excluye por completo de la conversación. Esto no es solo asunto de proceso, es un mensaje de que no les importa nuestra opinión. Ustedes prometieron transparencia, pero esto parece ser represalias contra la comunidad que se atrevió a decirles sin confianza no hay bono. Si la mesa directiva realmente le importa escuchar a la gente, representarán los procedimientos adecuados. Sus acciones de hoy no solo están debilitando las pólizas, están destruyendo sus propias credibilidades. Si no nos escuchan ahora, ¿cómo podemos confiar que ustedes actualmente mejorarán intereses de nuestros hijos? I don't need you to translate it. Someone else will translate for me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 23. I'm sorry, Keith Kitka. Oh, I'm sorry. Ma'am, sir. Outside?
Number 24.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Mohan, and I'll be interpreting for Jessica Campos, who just spoke. I'm here to speak on agenda item 2. I can't say I'm surprised by your toxic ex behavior. After the bond failed, many of you promised transparency and to work with the community. Yet, here we are, ignoring policies that require public input. You're ghosting us, refusing to engage just because we didn't agree with you. Instead of working together, you're shutting us out like it's just petty revenge. This isn't how adults handle conflict. It's just throwing a tantrum after not getting your way. Your actions disregard those most impacted by your decisions, our children, teachers, and school communities. The policy you're bypassing is there to ensure we, the community, have a voice in shaping policies. Skipping this process doesn't just speed things up, it cuts us out entirely. You promised transparency.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Regini Srivastava, number 25. Yes, ma'am.
Ragini Thurur Srinivasan, HISD parent. I'm a professor at Rice University. I spoke last month, but I didn't make good eye contact, so I'm here to remedy that and to address you as people of conscience and civic sense who surely know that things are not all right here since the takeover, that the unilateral directives handed down by this board have created a culture of intimidation and frustration among teachers, parents, and students across demographics. A public school district is a beautiful thing. in which we all have shared stakes. But you seem to have forgotten the shared stakes part. Teaching, for one, cannot be automated. Teachers are not robots reading scripts. Good teaching involves dialogue, improvisation, autonomy, and time to build relationships. HISD's precious resources that could be used to support schools, principals, and teachers are being used to surveil and bully them. The community's experience and expertise are real and meaningful.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Stickle. Emily Stickle. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Emily Stickle. I am a parent at Harvard Elementary. I've got 2 kids there. I am also a consultant and public administrator myself. So first, thank you for your administrative service. I know it's never easy to be in these positions. I actually had a whole thing written up, but instead, in light of our book readings that we had earlier, I do want to highlight one of the things that struck me was weird was I met a parent who came to a board meeting for the first time, and I spoke with her earlier today. She had no idea what was going on. She had a ton of questions. When I asked her why she wanted to come, she mentioned that with the recent shakeups with Harvard and a lot of the other administrators moving around, her school was impacted. And as a parent, she found out her kids in elementary school no longer get to attend the library. She said without parent support, kids are not able to go visit the library at all. And she wanted to figure out if coming here one day would be able to help solve that. I find it odd that we are allowing the criticism of the content of our material without asking if it's even accessible.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker 27, Helen Lee. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Helen Lee, and I'm an HISD parent with 2 children at Harvard Elementary. I'm pleased to say at Harvard that we've now gone through a whole month without a principal or leadership change, and while that's a low bar to clear, we are relieved to have some stability. However, I'm still here speaking tonight because I wanted to be clear that our community and our PTA are staying engaged to achieve our 3 goals: to restore and maintain Harvard's Level 3 autonomy, to protect the integrity of the IB program and Harvard's IB World School status, and to foster a positive and productive work environment for Harvard teachers and staff. I never imagined that I'd be regularly attending HISD board meetings or handing out flyers at polling places, but I can say that the one good thing about everything that's happened is that it has gotten the parents at our school far more engaged on what is happening in our school and all across HISD and how we need to stand up for our children's education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker 28. Speaker 28, who is speaker 28? Linda Murray? Yes, ma'am.
What a day, what a day, what a day, what a day.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Well, I went to a barbecue for the Northeast area, and of course, you know we're famous for many things. Centerpoint ignored us. HISD has ignored us. We don't have our thingamajigs, our civic centers have ignored us. The city centers have ignored us. And now here today. It's something else. That test thing just isn't working. If you had experienced staff, that would have never happened. You hired people and you gave them one job and told them, we're going to pay you $100,000. Do one thing. Show me what experienced principal would have had that happen. Show me one. Wouldn't have happened. Grass would have been cut. They never funded us to cut grass. The community cut grass. We've been doing it. Just ridiculous. Now you're telling these people when the repairs they needed, that it's got to go under the bond. You told them that they didn't fill out the applications correctly.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Darcy Larada, number 29. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Miss Larada. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mrs. Darcy Christian Larota. Since Mike Miles' failures are already well known, I wanted to shine the spotlight on the other rejects he's hired to carry out his perverted educational experiment. CFO James Terry previously worked in Dallas ISD. In 2017, after multiple violations, he resigned under pressure and left DISD with a $50 million budget shortfall. Orlando Riddick was a Midland ISD superintendent. With Riddick in charge, Midland saw an actual increase in failing schools. In 2020, he disgracefully resigned. Emilio Castro was appointed superintendent of Edgewood ISD by an unelected board of managers. In 2018, he was forced to resign after sexual harassment allegations. Marissa Chapa is a former Benavides ISD superintendent and shamefully resigned in 2023 related to payroll investigations. There are probably other high-ranking employees under Miles's command who have questionable integrity like him, but the examples I've shown here show that Miles and his gang of rejects cannot be trusted and need to go. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ilya Martinalvo, number 30. Number 30? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Ilya Martinalvo. I'm an HSD parent. I'm speaking on agenda item 9. Restricting virtual participation in board meetings undermines inclusivity and transparency. Offering a remote option is crucial for ensuring broad and diverse engagement. By limiting this access, we risk excluding important voices and perspectives, especially those who face barriers to attending in person due to distance, health, and other personal circumstances. Most of us are working parents with busy schedules, making it challenging to attend these meetings in person. It's worth noting that board members themselves are using virtual remote participation, so the rationale for eliminating this option is unclear. It really raises concerns about potentially limiting community engagement. Let's continue to leverage technology to foster a more connected and engaged community. Please maintain the option for virtual participation in these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker number 31, Ellen Walter. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I had a speech planned about the Zoom and the fact that students speaking first is now at discretionary of the president if it were to be approved, which when they're young, they need to go to bed, they need to go first. That seems pretty easy to me. But I also wanted to talk about the books that were so pleasantly read to us today. I actually appreciate it. Oh, sorry. I have LGBT kids in my family, and some of these kids are going to get loved by somebody who reads something in a book. Not because their parents have helped them, but because the books, and if they were to get their libraries back, were to help inform them on how to help my kids. Oh, sorry. Yeah, anyways. Thank you for having the books. I enjoyed the readings. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker 31. I'm sorry, 32. Speaker 32. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Sarah Rivlin, and I'm a former HISD teacher and a proud member of the Houston Federation of Teachers Union. I was an inactive member of HFT before the takeover, but after the takeover, I started going to HFT meetings, and it changed everything. Teachers, they want you isolated in your classroom. They don't want you to trust your colleagues. They want you to keep your head down. They want you to believe that nothing will ever change. They do this because they know that if teachers come together, there's nothing they can do to stop you. Parents have been coming together en masse, but they can't do it without you. If teachers stand up, parents and students will be with you every step of the way. Come to an HFT meeting. If you have questions, send me a message on Facebook. My name is Sarah Rivlin, Sarahriv as in Victor, Lin. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 33, Eileen Harrell.
Eileen Harrell, speaking on topics 4 and 5. I'm deeply concerned about our finances. Thank you for pulling the 140-ish pages of contracts retroactive to August of 2023 from the consent agenda. We need a robust public discussion about those contracting processes and expenses. I'm equally concerned by the proposed current year budget amendment. Before you vote to dig the budget deficit deeper, the hole deeper, please rigorously question how we got here. How did the approved budget not account for recapture? Why did the budget reduce maintenance for funding buildings that are falling apart? And how did we get a student enrollment decline that was more than 4,000 of the projection, which was already a decline? That is significant and is massively out of line with the rest of the entire state of Texas and our large urban districts. Please look. Thank you.
Thank you. I show that as all the in-person speakers. Ms. Smith, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're moving on to Zoom.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. If you'll call the folks, I appreciate it.
Okay. Sam Bryan, we can see you. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes. I'm a proud parent of HISD students and a proud believer in public education, and I am extremely disappointed and angered by the profound disrespect this board has consistently shown for the community whose duty it is to serve. You, members of the board, have the power to repair this relationship. You have the power to fire Mike Miles and to undo the damage he has done to this district, its educators, its students, its curriculum, and its purpose. I am angry by the skullduggery on display with the changes to these meetings and their approach to public relationships. You have the power to resist damage, save our souls, and fire the tyrant, Mike Miles. Use it.
Jessica Catchett, you may begin.
You claim to want to engage with the community, but your actions don't reflect that commitment. Since COVID, the world has changed, and tools like Zoom have become an integral part of our society. If doctors can consult with patients remotely, surely you can tolerate a few minor technical glitches to ensure the community has a chance to engage with you. Not everyone has the privilege of being able to leave work by 5 p.m. Parents without childcare, people with disabilities, and those unable to drive across Houston by 5 p.m. will have their ability to engage taken away. Additionally, if you truly want to engage with us, why would you take away hearing of the community and make it harder for speakers using translators? How can you claim to be engaging with us if you won't even allow us a chance to speak? Walk the walk. Keep Zoom and hearing of the community, our kids, our schools.
Amy Erickson, you may begin.
I'm Amy Erickson, an HISD parent and East End resident. My deepest condolences are with the Milby community. Days have turned into decades as children wait for leaders to take action surrounding the rail safety crisis. 25 HISD campuses are situated along Union Pacific subdivision line where Monday's tragedy occurred. And at-grade crossing near Lantrip has seen 397 hours of blockages year-to-date in 2024. The Federal Railroad Administration receives nationwide blockage crossings reports, 40% of which are from the East End. Please work with Houston and Union Pacific officials to demand implementation of train curfews surrounding arrival and dismissal times. This goes for schools district-wide, not just McReynolds. Advocate for state and federal funding of pedestrian footbridges and vehicle over and underpasses. TxDOT predicts that train traffic will increase by 200% by 2050. So implementing a rail safety education program needs to happen. Lastly, please do not dampen the community voice by eliminating Zoom speakers. Factors such as childcare, student extracurriculars, Transportation challenges, physical limitations, and geography make Zoom a valuable option for community engagement.
Victoria Hotman Bryan, please begin.
Hi, I come to you from my children's bookshelf. I am an HISD parent and a former teacher and department chair. I left in 2018 pre-takeover. I am absolutely disgusted by the board's attempt to silence public comment by proposing to remove hearing of the community from future board agendas and by removing Zoom as an option for speakers, or proposing it since you guys removed that from the agenda today. Post-election, you rated yourselves a 1 out of 10 for community engagement. The teacher in me gives you a 50% because you identified the problem, but it is clear that you need help identifying a solution, so let me help you. You need to listen to us and you need to let us speak. By removing these avenues of engagement, you will not silence us, but you will make us more angry. I can't keep you from eliminating Zoom, but I can tell you that I will be bringing my hungry and exhausted 4- and 6-year-old with me to Zoom meetings if you do eliminate it. You can listen to their cries inside of the boardroom since they won't be able to be in bed. Maybe that will get your attention finally. Do your job, protect kids from harm, save our schools, fire Mike Miles.
Carol Ann Ship, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Ms. Ship, we can't hear you. Can you turn your audio on, please? You want to start again? Ms. Ship, we can't hear you. I'll come back to you. Ms. Ship, I think you need to turn your audio on. We'll come back to you. Christine Hurley, please turn your camera on, and you may begin.
Hi, wanted to speak about the proposal to remove Zoom and hearing of the community, because you guys say you want to engage with the community, but then you take away one of our only avenues of addressing you. And so that just tells me that you really aren't engaging with us and you're not being authentic about wanting to hear us. You want to improve your community engagement. We are engaging with you right now. Don't ignore us. You ignore us because of all of the horrific decisions you make. It's clear you are not listening to the community. We want you to fire Mike Miles. We were told that that would be too disruptive on the path we're already on. It would be more harmful if we kept him. I don't think subscribing to the sunk cost fallacy is a great way to guide a school district, personally. So I think the community says, fire Mike Miles, then let's start fixing all of the problems he's created. Thank you.
Ms. Ship?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Carol Ann Ship. I'm a retired HISD teacher of 38 years with 3 grandchildren in the district. Here today to talk about Consent Agenda 9, the possibility of no longer allowing people to speak on Zoom at board meetings. I spoke at my first board meeting in May of 2024. I've only missed 2 meetings since then. I turned 79 this weekend, but I still care deeply about the curriculum in HISD and the teachers, students, and parents. I have a medical condition which would not permit me to travel to the board meetings and sit there for hours waiting to speak. As long as I can come to you from my home, I can fulfill my ethical, moral, and civic duty of speaking to you each month. Please reject this proposal that discourages the participation of the full community.
Thank you. Julie Smith, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Julie Smith.
Yes, I'm sorry. I had no warning, and if you take 1 second, I'm turning on the camera right now, and I need to pull up my, what I wanted to say. Okay. It is unbelievable that you're removing the option to attend meetings via Zoom when you have rated yourself at 1 out of 10 for community engagement, and then expressing intention to improve. This is just another example of the doublespeak that's been going on since the takeover. I don't understand how this makes any sense. I also want to express my continuing dismay at the disruption of leadership for many of our schools. These actions are not only incredibly damaging for the staff at the schools, but more importantly, they are a betrayal of the trust of the students. We are all here because we want to protect our students and give them the best outcomes. Please stop the betrayal. Fire Mike Miles, hire a compassionate, honest, and truly competent replacement to rebuild the district. Thank you.
Dr. Anita Wadwa, you may begin.
I'm absolutely appalled at the way you allowed children to see images of sexual acts and throw F-bombs, but yet somehow you find it lacking in decorum to clap while people are speaking or to snap. So I can't help but wonder whether you are co-signing these queerphobic and transphobic ideas. And so I'm just wanting to change my speech in support of Cadence Carter. He's a former student of mine who is trans, has dropped out of school twice. I want all youth to know that we love you, queer youth, trans youth, all youth. The behavior of this board to allow that just shows their lack of regard for you, but we love you and we are here for you. Giovanni wrote, when we go into the galaxy, a life form may say, who are you? Well, there's no point in talking to another life form, a boy or a, because it may have no meaning. That may mean nothing to them. So I think transgender students are brave because they're taking a lot of flack for just wanting to be themselves, and they have a right to have their own name.
Thank you. Treese Wright, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Patrice Wright, and I'm a proud parent and PTO president in HISD. Imagine living across town with no childcare for your child or transportation, but needing to advocate and speak up for your child's future. Or better yet, imagine being a part of a community with no representation and being told you can no longer speak at a public school board meeting. Yep, that's the reality we're moving to if you vote to approve the changes to the board meeting structures. Getting rid of the Zoom option and hearing from the community will not only weaken the already fragile relationship the district has with parents and families, but it will also destroy the representation of what our children need to be exposed to by limiting their ability to see people who look like them advocate for their needs. The actions listed in Agenda Item 9 are all strategies to continue to shut down and shut up Black and Brown communities. Board members, I encourage you to vote against this item. Voting yes will show that you don't truly care about community engagement, and this will not stop us from holding you all accountable for dismantling HISD.
Thank you. Melissa Yarborough, you may begin.
Good evening. Passing STAR or MAP is not a real educational goal. It should be a side effect of reaching more relevant learning goals that are based on the betterment of students' individual lives. On that note, your progress measure goal for special ed students is that 21% pass the assessment. So even if you argue that the ends justify the means, although I wouldn't, what about the 79% of students who sat through daily militarized STAR prep and dehumanization only to fail the test? What about that has improved their lives? In the Chronicle, Miles said that students can't learn about author's purpose without hearing the teacher say author's purpose every 10 minutes. But children learn more from observation and experience than listening to our words. You have never given them any purposeful reason to write. You are not allowing them to be authors, so they cannot learn author's purpose without anything meaningful for them. Obedience is not the same as engagement. STAR scores are not the same. They're not appropriate educational goals, and NES does not improve anyone's life.
Ms. Ariano, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
As the largest school district in Texas, HISD must keep and maintain virtual options for school board meetings. The following Texas school districts have virtual options: Dallas ISD, Cy-Fair, Northside ISD in San Antonio, Katy ISD, Fort Bend, and Fort Worth ISD. There are other districts. These are only a few to mention. Eliminating a virtual option for public comment puts immunocompromised community members and sensitive groups, including our elders, at risk by exposing them to larger gatherings. Without a virtual option for public comment, residents in our districts are excluded from participating and face heightened risks from extreme weather, including flooding and wind damage. Since Mike Morath appointed Superintendent Mike Miles and the Board of Trustees was appointed as HISD's Board of Managers, public participation has diminished over time, creating decisions that do not reflect the needs of our communities. As 2024 draws to a close, devoted and engaged community members remain steadfast in their commitment to democracy. Thank you to HISD students, teachers, and community members, both in person and online, for coming together to advocate for our HISD.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our speakers this evening. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:16. folks. Okay, we are back in session at 8:30. All right. Where are we? Okay, we are consideration and approval of agenda items. We have okay, we have 4 items that have been pulled from the consent agenda, and we are also, as I believe I mentioned earlier, pulling item 9, approval to waive board policy, BF local board policies, and approval of proposed revisions to board policy BED local, board meetings, public participation, first reading, as well as item 8, approval to waive board policy, BF local board policies, and approval of proposed revisions to board policy BE local, board meetings, first reading, and item 10, hold on. Item 10, without objection, I am pulling from the consent agenda, approval to waive board policy BF local, board policies, and approval of proposed revisions to board policy EHBJ local, special programs, innovative, and magnet programs, first reading. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. Our first item pulled from the consent agenda is item 2, approval to waive board policy BF local, board policies, and approval of proposed revisions to board policy AE local, educational philosophy, first reading. Item 2 is the modification to AE local to add a newly revised constraint 3. May I have a motion to approve item 2? I believe Mr. Martinez has a motion with respect to item 2, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. My motion is to eliminate the waiver and just simply, I move to approve the proposed revisions to board policy AE local educational philosophy first reading.
Is it a motion to accept, sir?
Motion to approve as was instructed by Katasha.
First reading? I thought it was motion without waiving.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there was a question about the word
Okay.
approval or acceptance. It was
Okay,
suggested
thank
to
you.
use the word. Sure. I move to approve the proposed revisions to board policy AE local educational philosophy first reading. Make sense? All right.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve item 2 on first reading, and there's a second by Mr. Campo. I want to talk about item 2. It's the modification to AE local. Oh, I'm sorry, we got to vote on it. Do we need to vote on it or wait until after discussion? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, we had an amendment, so I was a little bit confused. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Lindner was one of a member of a 3-person committee who addressed constraint number 3, which is AE local, the modification that's reflected in AE local. The committee was comprised of Michelle Cruz Arnold, Ms. Lindner, and myself. We worked with the administration to come up with what we've presented to the board, and I'll let Ms. Lindner take it from there.
Thank you. So colleagues, just a brief summary to bring you up to date on the work of the committee. So in June, we were presented with a board monitoring update, and from that was the action to, coming from the action to not approve constraint 3 progress measure. In July, a committee was formed. That was the 3 of us mentioned, and so from July through November, we held a series of committee meetings with the administration. So thank you to everyone who was involved, including, of course, Superintendent Miles, Chief Academic Officer, whole staff, and our LSG coach, and also Dr. Delaney, our conservator, to discuss the proposed language changes. So from that work together, we bring a revision for your review that we present today. In addition, just want to highlight that our work aimed to balance the administration's need for their ability to do their work and their authority, but to also and control their district operations, but also with our duty to govern according to the visions and values of our community. And so with all of that in mind, and projecting our community's desire for magnets and specialized programming, the aim was to make sure that we had more clear definitions around what we meant and what was meant by the terms in our constraint, so we could help with the challenge of interpretation, which seems to be, for me, one of the reasons why we had a challenge to this constraint back in when it was presented in June with the progress measure. So again, we recognize, I recognize, and I think the committee recognizes the need for stakeholder engagement in this process. So there's language in this that aims to enhance that as well. So with that, I'll leave space for any questions or discussion on the item. Thank you.
And we, the committee members, are available for questions, and I assume Chief Hull and Superintendent Miles are as well if there's any questions or comments, concerns. This is the recommendation of the committee, but we welcome your thoughts.
Just have a point of clarification. More so, when we vote, are we voting on putting aside the waiver, or are we voting for the revisions?
We're voting for the first reading of this policy. There will be a second reading. If we vote on Mr. Martinez's motion, there will be a second reading in January.
Thank you.
Any concerns, questions? Anybody? Mr. Ravon?
Thank you for being recognized. So I didn't have any specific questions about the language, but I thought it would be helpful if, especially since this is the first time constraints have been laid out for the board, that not only we get your interpretation of them in addition to the words. I think it'll be helpful for all parties.
Sure. He wants our interpretation of what we're saying. Can I, maybe this will help. So if you remember the last, well, maybe not the last board meeting, I'm looking for Kristen Hull. Ah, there you are. 2 meetings ago, you brought the items on Carnegie in front of us, and a middle school, Fonder Middle School. And the request, or the information that was being shared with the board was related to the modification of programming in those 2 schools. The reports that were provided in connection with those 2 modifications are consistent with what's laid out in this policy change. So the idea is that the district, the administration will go through and conduct the same type of review as was conducted in that instance and what was conducted in connection with, I think, the several schools that were sent to us the other night, non-magnet modifications that were sent to us. So that similar type of analysis is going to be done. It's dictated by this policy, and it's consistent with what's able to be done by the administration. And to Jeanette's point, it includes things like an analysis of, well, it's right here. Hold on. If you look at page 4 of AE Local as is amended here, First, I think it addresses the issue, or at least one of the issues that was raised by the board. So now I'm just going to answer your question. That was the example, but to be clear, it addresses the first issue that I think the board members expressed a concern with, which was the timing on the receipt of information related to programmatic changes. So the language in constraint 3 as amended does do that. It's clear that the work of conducting and communicating to the board and the community, the analysis that's being conducted has to be done first before an action can be taken. So that was a key part, I think, of the work that we did. And then we've identified there in the 3 bullets on page 5 of 6 of the red line, the results of stakeholder engagement related to the anticipated changes to programming or school options, the projected impact of the anticipated change to the programming or school options, including the impact on our outcome goals, enrollment and budget, and then any other related research-based studies that Kristen Hull or her team can identify. So there's a multi-step process that has to be undertaken in order for that presentation just to be created for our purposes, which again has to happen before the actual change. And then you see there's some definitions which I think help inform that work. Is that good? Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then the only thing I would add as far as conversation or request is, now that we've added board constraints as well, can you highlight kind of the pieces there as well?
Oh, board constraints. So the board constraints, that was not part of our committee work, but the board constraints that we've added here are the board constraints that we talked about in our workshop. And the first one, I'll just read it. That no board member will represent or appear to represent through their words or actions the voice of the entire board on matters that the board has not publicly adopted. I mean, I can commentate on it. I think we all know. If you'd like my opinion, you can have it, or we don't need my opinion. And then the second is the board shall not create alternate priorities from the board's adopted goals and constraints. The point there being, we've got our goals, that's what we're aiming at. That's what we want the superintendent focused on. And so we're not going to go create a whole bunch of other stuff that he's supposed to be doing. Anything else? Miss Dr. Arnold?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank everyone again, Audrey, who was involved in these meetings, as Jeanette just mentioned. I also want to comment that for anyone wondering why this process took so long, to that I would say, sometimes things just take time, and I thank you to the administration again for patience in meeting with us. I think we had really great conversations, and I'm pleased with the outcome which you see before you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just a comment also to say, I appreciate the fact that we worked with the administration and the committee worked with the administration to get here, because it was a little confusing and challenging before. And so involving them in the process on how we got here, I think is extremely important. So I too want to thank the committee and the administration.
Okay. Anything, question? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about the point on any related or potentially related research-based studies which shall include, if applicable, a literature review. As a person who's not a researcher, can we just talk about the importance of including that literary review in there? Can someone explain that?
I think it was, I'm sorry, I'll speak for the committee. Well, I'll speak for myself, I guess. I think it was important when we adopted the initial constraint 3, that there be some research associated with whatever the change was going to be, to the extent it exists. And so that's echoed here because, we can talk about potential impact of a change or how parents are perceiving something, but if it's not sound, right, then that's not good either. It might be that parents like this idea, but it's not an actual sound practice, then that's a problem. So the idea is we're going to look at the impact, we're going to look at what the parents think about it, but we're also going to go see what is this change going to actually do for our students. And so, I invite Kristen Hull to speak further to that if you'd like. I think you said it great. I think whenever we're making a change, we just want to make sure the literature supports what we're trying to do. And so we look for that literature review to provide in the impact report for each of the proposed changes. Any other? Superintendent? No? Anything else? Yes, sir, Mr. Vaughn?
So one last note, just on the direct and indirect. What considerations were made around this particular piece of the language? I'm interested because I guess ultimately what I think of is we've got I think last month we reviewed a magnet program that the principal was looking to shut down because nobody had participated in it.
Right.
So when we say direct or indirect, like what is kind of the scope of that? And because we've got some definitions now, I like that, and I also like the fact that we considered both direct and indirect. But I'm just in my mind thinking, how does that play out when we're actually executing things?
So you want to talk to it?
What the response that comes to mind as I'm recalling our discussions on this was and remind me of this if this was the one that comes to mind is from a budget perspective was the indirect example or use case that we discussed, where there could be a change to the budget that had an indirect impact to a program at a school. And so that was where we had a lot of discussion about what could that look like then, and how would we try to, and again, we'll go back to the section of the percentages, how would we try to then measure what an impact could be to our student population, and where do we draw that line of significance? And I think that's where a lot of the discussion took quite a while to go through, because that definition of significance, we didn't want to leave it to interpretation, but it was also just work to figure out what numbers could make sense. What I'll look forward to is living this and seeing if, there are use cases that come up that we didn't anticipate. But that's the main one that comes to mind. I'll ask committee members if there's another from our discussions that y'all recall that could help add some more clarification.
For me, it was a budgetary impact where you had an indirect, some budgetary decision is made, and it has the kind of secondary effect of impacting some kind of program, where it's not a dictated decision from central office or from superintendent or from some division head that, you're going to eliminate this particular program, but rather there's some kind of other thing, which to me, it most likely comes through the budget. You have some budget limitation that causes a principal to make a decision that ultimately causes a programmatic change.
Got it. So the reporting or analysis is intended to consider both direct and indirect prior to the changes occurring.
Yes. And I think one good thing that is being implemented right now is the request to principals to advise Kristen or her team about changes that they're anticipating at the school level. And that's really important because I don't think changes were being traced in the same way as we're trying to do now. Historically, there just hasn't been that centralized knowledge about what's going on in every single school. And so now, and if you want to speak to that, I think that would actually be helpful.
From our perspective, I can just come up here so you can see. And from our perspective, one of the things that's going to be immensely helpful is the definitions piece, because if we're thinking about the constraint language, it was making sure we report on significant changes to programming. And by further defining significant and further defining what we mean by specialized programming, we can proactively go to all of our campuses and say, if you're anticipating or would like to request a change of this type, you can do that through a set process that will allow us to ensure we have the impact analyses done for the board.
I'll just, Madam President, if I may.
Of course.
Just make a comment. One of the community members referenced item 10, board policy EHBJ, and made a comment about significant changes not being defined in that board policy. So I just want to call it out to say it's actually referencing the policy we're actually doing now. And so if you want a definition for significant changes, refer to BE local, just for that one community member that had some questions about that item.
Item 10. Okay, thank you. Anything else on this? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask the committee about this question because I'm looking at the definition of significant, and I appreciate the smartness of our constraint, you know, how we've made it more measurable and things like that. I'm curious as to if you guys talked about, you know, our issue of some enrollment decline and how 30% today is not going to be potentially 30% tomorrow for a school or a division or whatever. Hopefully that's not the case, but I'm just wondering, was any consideration given to just, you know, having a percentage number and what that could mean for a school that may be seeing a decline?
I don't think we considered that. I'm also not exactly understanding what you're thinking. So maybe clarify.
You know, okay. I mean, if we just take the population, like a number,
Sure.
30% is something different at each school based on enrollment.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying. And
Yes.
so, you know, what's significant to one school at 30%, you know, 20% may be. As far as
you're saying a number. Oh,
yeah,
yes.
the end number,
Yes,
the
yes,
actual
yes.
number of students in
I
a
hear what you're saying.
population of a school. And I'm just, you know, reacting to what 30% could mean.
So like, for example, like Lamar
That's right.
High School, 30% is a huge number of kids, but at a smaller school that has 300 kids, it's only 100 kids.
That's right.
So maybe is your thought that maybe there's a numbers issue?
My thought is that we should monitor this constraint, just like we have. You know, we lived it and we realized that we needed to, you know, improve it. I think we should just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I'm not real clear on what the impact is. Again, I'm just thinking, even when we look at some of our goal progress monitorings, we're very concerned about percentages as well as in numbers. I think the same thing should uphold here. Let's just think about it and
I
track
actually,
it.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, it would also come in through the impact analysis, I guess if it's over the 30%. Well, maybe that doesn't answer your question. I was thinking it should come up as part of that analysis, but I guess y'all would evaluate whether 30% of the kids are going to be impacted, and if there are, then you would give us a report, and if they're not, y'all would have done that analysis yourself. But there is no cut point. To your point, if we were to say, well, anything that's above 500 kids impacted, we should know about it or something like that. I think that's what you're maybe suggesting.
And again, I don't even know if that, right, what is the
I know,
right
I'm making
number,
things up.
which is why I'm saying, I think we just, I mean, we'll see these first, so we'll be able to see, you know, the impact, and we'll be able to, you know, talk about them then, but I just want us to just keep that in mind if it seems like that it's something that we need to dig into deeper.
The one administration implication that we think of with this is we are doing this change request process typically in the fall for two reasons. One, it allows principals to see the enrollment for that year, and that gives them the most recent enrollment numbers that they can work from when defining significant. And then it also allows us to review the changes prior to the school choice process, so that if anything that would change or be adjusted in the school choice process that actually opens today, that would get reflected accordingly in a parent's choices for that following school year. So we were intentional about, from the administration side, of when we would actually conduct the process to review change requests, so that they would have their current enrollment numbers in front of them.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, Michelle, did you have something else?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to note that under the definition of significant changes, the last piece is any part of a group of students that is impacted in a way that both the board and the superintendent agree is significant, and to address Member Alzine Bandy's concern. I think this is where your concern is addressed. But point duly noted that this is something to monitor over time. If the definition of significant changes with the 30% and the 10% of any grade or students in any division doesn't quite capture a student population that is significant to the community.
Okay. If there's nothing else, let's vote on the motion to approve on first reading. He's moved on first reading, so we'd be approving it on first reading. It will come back to the board on second reading. So the motion has been made by Mr. Martinez and second by Mr. Campo. We need a reset or let us vote. We can't undo it? Okay. So do we need to?
I move to approve the proposed revisions to Board Policy AE Local Educational Philosophy, first reading.
Okay, and we have a second from Mr. Campo. Can we clear the deck so we can vote on that? We've got another person in the queue with the move. Can you, yeah, there we go. Okay, please vote. Nine in favor, 0 opposed, the motion passes. Okay, the next item that has been pulled from the consent agenda is item 3, approval of proposed revisions to board policy CH local, purchasing and acquisition, first reading. And also item number 4, ratification of cooperative vendor awards from August 11th, 2023 to the present. It came to my attention that through communications with staff members that the board had not seen all expenditures made under CH local, specifically those made under some cooperative agreements. I added items 3 and 4 to the agenda to allow the board the opportunity to address this, including to make the determination of ratification of historical expenditures and projects and whether to amend the policy governing purchases under co-op agreements. The board is now going to recess to close session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or to subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has recessed to closed session at 8:58 p.m. on December 10th, 2024.
I've learned to throw away everything for me, Rick. I've learned to throw away all my notes for me.
You always throw away your notes.
Are we back? Okay, we are back reconvening in open session on, what day is it? The December 11th at 12:06 a.m. First, are there any items, any motions coming out of closed session? Yes, Ms. Lindner.
Madam President, yes. I move that the board approves the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approves proposed terminations, non-renewals of continuing term, performance, and probationary contracts, and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same. That the board approves suspensions without pay for continuing term and probationary contracts, and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same. That the board voids term, probationary, and performance contracts and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same. That the board approves withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approves issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewal as discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2024.
A motion by Ms. Lindner. Is there a second? A second by Mr. Campo. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Michelle? Dr. Cruz Arnold? She looks like she might be frozen.
Yeah, she's frozen.
Or she's extremely. Ms. Cruz Arnold? She might be not. She looks like she's looking at her computer. Maybe we're frozen for her. No, I'm saying we're maybe on our end. She can't tell that we're talking. Miss Cruz Arnold, can you hear me? She's not. She is perfectly awake. She's looking up. I think she can't hear us. Okay, can we move forward without her vote? Okay. I think it's because she switched from one Zoom to the other one. I think it's just a timing issue. Yeah, I think there's. Oh, there she is. Can you, Michelle? Michelle, can you hear us now?
Nope.
No.
She's working a computer.
Miss Cruz Arnold, can you hear us? Testing. Okay, you can hear us. Okay, so we just put forth a motion to, oh gosh. Did you hear the motion, Michelle? Okay. Okay. Michelle, can you give a thumbs up if you vote in favor of the personnel agenda motion that was read by Ms. Lindner? I don't think she can hear me. Okay.
Oh, she can't hear anything.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. Well, I'd like her to back on, or we can move on.
She said voted yes.
She said yes.
Okay. Good. We have a yes from Miss Cruz Arnold. All right. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay. The next. Are there any other? I have 2 items out of closed session, unless anybody else has anything. No? Okay. So with respect to item 3, approval of proposed revisions to board policy CH, local purchasing and acquisition, first reading, the board wishes, well, my motion is to table that particular item to get more information. So I am making a motion to table item number 3. I guess I was supposed to hit the motion button. Sorry, it's my fault. Okay, so we have my motion and a second from Mr. Ravon. Is there any further discussion with respect to item 3? Seeing none, please vote. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, motion passes. The next item on our agenda is item 4, ratification of cooperative vendor awards from August 11th, 2023 to the present. With respect to this item, I would move that the board table this item, likewise to get additional information. Motion by me, a second by Mr. Martinez. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote. Eight in favor, 0 opposed, motion passes. Okay, our next item pulled from the consent agenda is item 5, approval of the December budget amendment. May I have a motion to approve item 5? I have a motion by Mr. Campo. Is there a second? I have seconded. All right, so we are ready to hear discussion on this item. Mr. Superintendent, you have a presentation for us?
Yes, ma'am. Just general comments and overview. You have the one-pager for the budget amendment. And so I just wanted to voice over just a couple things. And I also have Dr. Jim Terry here who will also answer questions if necessary. This slide is not so much for you all. It was, if we had done this earlier, I just want to remind people that a budget amendment is not an exception. It's normal practice, and it's to be expected. So this budget amendment comes. We may bring another one. Last year we brought 2 budget amendments. So didn't want the public to think this was anything really unusual. Key points from the budget amendment are as follows. 1, we decreased expenditures at the end of fiscal year 24, which means that you'll see that there's and the end of year fund balance exceeded the budget amount by 114 million. Hold on a second, guys. I'm sorry, give me a second, please. Can you all see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, but can they see it already on the? Okay, sorry. So you'll see that we exceeded the budgeted amount by $114.5 million. Then we did increase expenditures, budgeted expenditures, by $125 million. That's this current fiscal year. And I will explain why in just a minute. This is just the big takeaways. Keep in mind that we said we would stay over $800 million fund balance, and that continues to be the case. And that the fiscal year 26 budget, so next year budget we're going to bring to the board relatively soon, will have a much reduced deficit. We will wholly eliminate the deficit by fiscal year 27. And in all these years, we will still have a fund balance over $800 million. So quickly, why the increase? So we continue to cut staff at the end of last year. And so some of the vacancies that we had at the end of the year, last year, we didn't fill. So that meant those budgeted expenses are an increase to the bottom line for the beginning of this year. And so we had unfilled vacancies that we didn't fill, and then we had additional position reductions. The second biggest reason is we had reductions in expenditures. So we cut purchase services even more towards the end of last year into the summer. And those cuts or reductions added to the bottom line again at the beginning of this year. And then we did something, or Dr. Terry's team did something that most government organizations don't do, and that is stop spending money, even if you have it, somewhere around, in the spring. Meaning, in most government organizations, this is well-known practice, people who have money in the budget, who have unexpended money in their budget, spend the money just to get rid of that and clear it out for the next year. We didn't do that. We stopped the expenditures if it wasn't going to make a difference for the rest of the last year. So if there was a late contract, a late project that was going to start, we didn't spend it, and we just carried it over. So and then we didn't let the departments keep that money for this current year. All total, that was about $114.5 million. So we started off in a better position, $114 million better. So that keeps our expenditures in some sort of context. But these are the reasons for the expenditures that were not budgeted. Recapture. And we can talk about recapture. Recapture is, and we talked a little bit about it earlier from one of the questions. TEA calculates recapture. It's a combination of enrollment plus assessed valuation. In our case, mostly enrollment. And yes, we had 7,600 kids drop in enrollment versus the 4,000 we budgeted. So that alone accounts for 57 million of the 125 million in expenditures. We also had, and by the way, this is not spent money yet. This is a projected budget. But we expect to spend $32 million more in facilities and maintenance and operations. Part of it comes from the weather events that we had over the summer, but a lot of it is we just anticipate more money needing to be spent on facilities. Air conditioning units, art rooftop units, some repairs of the portables, some security doors, just some of the bigger needs that we would have spent, that we identified already because of the bond, and that the bond may have taken care of, but we're going to have to spend a little bit more money this year on those the most severe needs. So that right there is 57 and 32. That's already about 89 million of the unexpected expenditures. And then there's 7 million in student transportation. That's a decision I made just a little over a month ago to make sure that as we plan for a new transportation system, we need to optimize the fleet. I can't do it as late as June, because if I do it as late as June, we won't have the buses here in August or before August. And what I'm talking about here is optimizing our fleet, which means we need a lot more smaller buses. Right now we have an overabundance of these large yellow buses, 900 of the 60 to 70 passenger buses. They can never be cool in the heat. You cannot cool a bus of that size when it's 90 degrees outside. And then the kids put the windows down anyway. Plus, the average ridership has been around 12 to 15, which is crazy. And so we are in the process of optimizing the fleet, optimizing routes. We're going to overhaul the system. We'll bring you more information about that. Long story short, though, can't optimize the fleet if you don't have, buses to optimize. So that's why there's an expenditure there of $7 million. And then the final thing is the last 23 million is instruction, and this is a whole bunch of different things. The biggest part of which is sped staffing of services. So we're talking about special education teacher assistants that some of the schools had not properly budgeted, and we picked up that cost. We had identified more sped kids this year early on, and so we had to add more sped staffing. But the biggest part of that is the services, OT, PT, speech language. These are services that we need to get from outside the district because we don't have enough inside the district. So that's another huge cost, partly because we're doing a much better job of identifying kids and getting them the ARDs in time and things like that. Additional school staff, just to give you a hint about this, there's several parts of this. We had several schools that were smaller, lost enrollment, and instead of cutting them down to where the numbers would be as far as the staff, we left some teachers or APs there just so that they could, do a good job and, raise their achievement, even though they had a lot smaller enrollment. That's just one thing. There's some central office positions. We cut 1,400 central office positions. And that was, it wasn't a hammer, but it was a big swath of cuts to the departments as they tried to right size and do their zero-based budgeting. We've had to add a few positions back, not a lot, but enough to add, a couple million to this bucket. Pre-K teaching assistants, same thing. As we expand pre-K, and some of the schools did not budget for their pre-K teacher assistants, or they thought we were going to pay for it, and so we wound up paying for it instead of pushing that onto the schools. So all of that is the 23 million. That altogether is why we have an increase in expenditures of 125, and you can see, except for the recapture, most of that is just going to our schools and our facilities. And that is the budget amendment. Questions around that?
Anybody want to start? I have some questions. You want to go ahead, Ms. Mendoza? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam President. So the one area where I'm concerned about is the recapture. So our enrollment projections were off substantially. Why do we think that we saw the decreased enrollment across our schools?
I don't, it's hard to say. I mean, part of it is, this notion that large urbans are losing kids and most districts are losing kids and the enrollment is decreasing. We had more than we projected. It's hard for me to tell exactly. I think, the whole notion and the criticism around the takeover and, may have something to do with it. I think, who knows what the impact of not having a bond pass is going to do for the next year. There's lots of outside factors related to that. And so we thought we would turn the corner a little bit, which we didn't. And so it'll be another, guess as to the loss in enrollment. Keep in mind, we've been losing this district, our district, HIC, has been losing enrollment since about 2017-2018 school year. And the biggest decrease came after COVID, which was 15,000 kids at one shot that never came back. That was in 2020, 2021. So we have been going up and down, or going down, some more years more than others. And this was a year where we went further down.
And just to follow up about enrollment, how are we training principals to recruit more students? And I'll give you an example. I was at a school choice fair for my kid. I ran into McReynolds' principal, and in fact, NES school, they're actually seeing more students than they saw last year. So that's a positive. So how are we encouraging principals to go out there and recruit more students?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. I mean, I think there's the two biggest things that will help with the recruitment is success over time, the academic achievement success, and then second is getting a handle on discipline and even the perception of discipline. The biggest percentage of enrollment decline came with the NES schools and the other schools that are struggling campuses. Even some of the PUA schools that are, popular lost some enrollment if their achievement is around, if their accountability scores is a C, for example. So we have to get that up, and we have to do it consistently over time, and we think that'll help. Discipline is the same thing. Discipline is getting better in the NES schools, but the overt discipline, the ones that capture the news or the parents' attention, out-of-school suspensions, fights, drugs, that hasn't been tackled as well as the discipline climate in the NES schools. Having said all that, we do have to do a better job, and we will this year, of training principals, especially of all the campuses, that they have to, when it comes to enrollment, act like charter school leaders. And that's we shouldn't be afraid of saying that, meaning this. When you're a charter school principal, enrollment is key. There's not a big brother district that will bail you out. You don't get enrollment, you don't get money. And you lose enough kids, you can't run your school. And so every charter school leader that I know of, the principal goes out, they have their staff walking 2 Saturdays in the summer in June. They have another small group of team that's putting flyers on. They're really culling their email lists, and they're making phone calls to the kids that are already there, that have touch points. I mean, it's a whole thing. And we haven't focused that a lot on the principals, because they've got a lot to do already. But we're definitely going to have to get back into that mode.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Pandy?
Thank you, Superintendent. The one thing that caught my eye was this $7 million for small buses. I recall, and I had to look it up, last year we were talking about like $23 million being spent on 250 new buses. So I understand optimizing the fleet. I'm not sure what type of work we've done around optimizing the routes. I know we moved from a 2-mile to a 3-mile distance from school, and maybe that was a part of that. But is there a situation where we're looking to sell the buses that we're not using, and like?
Yeah, so the 225 buses were bought before I got here, and we received them when I got here, or some of them after I got here, that summer. And the answer is yes. We've already tried to sell some of the buses, and we're going to try to sell some more. I don't have an exact number for you. There's a story behind that, but so yes is the answer. We're going to try to sell some of the larger buses. We have not tried to optimize this fleet, which is crazy, until now. And so we have a team that's helping Kari Feinberg and the transportation group. Kari is the chief of organizational effectiveness. We put her in charge of revamping the transportation system so that when the summer comes, by next year, we'll have a much more efficient system. And part of that is fleet optimization, but it also starts with route optimization. And we'll have a big briefing for the board on what we're planning to do, because it does have some impact on the parameters that we set for rides. For example, what is the longest amount of time a kid should be on a bus? What is the parameter you would set for the amount of time a kid's on a bus? Because that one number impacts how optimal your routes can be. And things like that. How far from a bus stop should a kid's house be on average? And there's difference between zone kids and magnet kids and things like that. So we'll bring you a plan. The answer is yes, we're going to try to sell some of the buses. The reason for the 7 million right now is because there's a lag when you buy even 25 blue buses. It takes at least 3 months to get here. So if we wait till June, we may not get it before, July, which is when we really need these buses so we can practice routes and things like that. It has lots of implications. Just this, we're going to order more for next year's budget. You'll see that when we talk about next year's budget. But these blue buses, these smaller buses don't need a driver with the CDL. That's also a huge part of the effectiveness and efficiency of the transportation system. This is just one piece, but that's why this is here now.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. I got a few. When are we going to have this bus route discussion?
Well, we can have, we can have it anytime you want, but just the preliminary stuff, I can talk to the executive committee on the 17th, and then we can have a larger discussion with the board right after the new year, just to show you what we're doing, what we're planning.
And I'm sorry, did you say that we need to buy more buses in next year's budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they'd be these smaller, smaller type buses?
The smaller buses.
Okay. And do you have an estimate? Is that like another $7 million of buses, or?
Yeah, it'll be about 25 of these smaller buses, so it won't be 7 million, but it'll be, probably 3 million.
Okay.
But
that's just one. I was just
yeah.
trying to understand what we're talking about. Okay. I have a question about instruction. So we're talking about the fact that the enrollment has declined more than we expected, but we're asking about adding additional staff positions. All I can remember is the graph that you've put up about declining enrollment and increase in positions from the House administration. And so can you please explain why this is not that?
So a couple of reasons, because we flattened that chart out pretty
No, I get it. I'm just saying,
I'll answer your
Okay,
question.
thank
I'm
you.
getting there. And we cut 800 teacher positions last year. We had 11,400 teaching positions a year ago. Right now we have 10,640. So that is already decreased. We started off the year with 10,640. What I'm saying is we had a decrease in enrollment, and yes, at that point, this school over here with 50 more losses than we anticipated, should we take 3 teachers from them or 2.5 teachers from them? We could. We probably only took 1 teacher from them to ease the pain because the year's already started, and sometimes if you're a struggling campus, you need that extra teacher to support. Same with an small school. They went from 350, now they're at 290. Do you give them an AP or no? And in many cases, we said, yeah, we're going to leave the AP there. So that's what I mean. And this is accepted. It's not a whole bunch of people, but it's significant. Even if you did 1 for every small school or school that lost enrollment, you're talking about 50 to 100 teachers or staff members. And that's already 10 million if you talk about 100 teachers.
So we got some data on adjustments to the PUA schools, their budgets, because they were adjusted unless they were over 12%, right? So there were adjustments made to the PUA schools' budgets. When you're talking about, they lost 50 kids, but we could have pulled 2 or 3 teachers based on that loss of enrollment, but we didn't. Are you talking about NES schools?
It'll be both.
Okay.
I mean, there are small PUA schools that suffered the same thing. We have these special focus schools. And so, for example, at the beginning of the year, the Division Soups had some excess teachers to make sure that if we lost teachers in the first month, that it would be less disruptive for the school. And so those excess teachers are counted in here. They're not excess anymore, but that was a budget, that we paid. Those are teachers that we paid for at least a couple months before we moved them all into positions. So that's what I'm talking about. It's not just a cookie cutter. I mean, we make really good decisions around what it's going to take to support a school. And because we had cut back so much, to me, it was prudent to keep some extra staff. Or, it's in some cases you have to provide more support than the numbers would dictate, than the straight numbers would dictate.
Okay. I may come back to that with another question, but can you tell us, because we're looking at $57 million shortfall because of our underestimation of loss of enrollment, and Jim and Rick and I talked earlier this week, and I asked the same question, but I think the answer is we're going to do a better job with our demographer this year to make sure that we have better information. One question that I think we need to be considerate of is, what are we doing to even think about, you talked about improvement and outcomes for kids, and I agree that that's something that can drive a parent's decision with respect to what school they go to. But what about this role of stability in the schools? Have y'all given any consideration to that and how we can help that as a district to not
The role of
lose enrollment?
stability?
Yeah, stability in schools.
With regard to enrollment, or
with regard to the perception of people that their school is stable and there's not going to be a bunch of changes to it?
Yeah, so first of all, I think most of the schools and most of the communities in schools believe that their school is stable. You hear more than what is actually happening. So, for example, this constant turnover of administrators and musical chairs of administrators, those are the quotes from Chronicle or wherever. And I think I sent you guys a report 2 or 3 weeks ago where the number of principals that have been removed since the start of the year, 5. And now it's 6, I think. But in one semester, 274 principals, 6 people being removed or moved is not a lack of stability. And you hear from the 4 or 5 campuses, every other board meeting you have or at every board meeting you have some school, because there's only been 4 months and 4 board meetings since the start of school, or 5 rather. So that gives the perception that it's more. The schools are fairly stable with regard to the principals and the APs. The staff, yes, we've had 3,000 teachers or 2,700 since June, new teachers. We were able to fill them. Keep in mind, we are in a shortage area. We only had 28 vacancies. Again, the perception that there's not teachers and there's musical teachers. You guys see the ones that we bring. And if you take 10,640 teachers, 22 a month is not that many teachers. 100 would be 1%. So in the course of, in the semester, 5%, that means 95% of your teachers are there. So having said all that, we will do a better job starting in January, but principals do this all the time, of talking about the stability that they do have, the teachers that they do have, and their professional development and the consistency in the classroom, which is, again, much more consistent effort in the classroom than any other district that I know of.
Any other questions? Mr. Ravon?
Just wanted to follow up on, so last, well, I'll delay that. So the demographer is now in place?
Yes, the demographer's in place. Keep in mind, I mean, oh, say that again?
January 6th she'll be.
Okay, sorry. January 6th she'll be here. She's been interviewed and hired, but I guess she'll start January 6th. Keep in mind, though, we'll do a better job with demography, but there's lots of different variables that come in play when you talk about enrollment, especially at this time in our education system's history. I'll give you just one example. If the vouchers pass, we will have a hard time deciphering that for a couple of years. The impact of that on this district and other districts. So we can do our best guess at how that will impact, but it'll just be a guess right now. We'll have to look at some data over time and see how many of these, how we can attribute, how many actually leave for vouchers versus to charter school, et cetera.
Got it. And is part of their charge to work with the state demographer?
Say that again?
Will part of their charge be to work with the state demographer?
Jim?
Well, yeah, certainly she'll contact. She's been the demographer up in Dallas for probably going on 15 years. And so she's got a lot of experience. She does a good job, and she'll also work with PASA, which is an outside company that this school district has used in the past. And she'll also be working probably with the planning department down in the city of Dallas, so she understands neighborhoods coming up and neighborhoods that are going down.
Got it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we did, even for the bond, we used PASA and had some pretty good information around demographic shifts.
Got it. And then in that arraigned, so the enrollment for October, which we use for data, has that been posted yet?
I know what our enrollment is right now, but I don't know if the enrollment for October, the PEAMS data been posted?
The PEAMS data hasn't been.
Has not.
The state has kind of pushed that date off for our October enrollment.
Okay, because I've been having trouble getting, because I've been trying to get the data. And so.
I can tell you that it's 175,644 as of today. That's our number. The state will use PEAMS data to get a more accurate number.
We have we got a spreadsheet that has the October PEAMS data, right?
It'll be verified and public by the end of January. It's still being
Because we got a spreadsheet that has last year's enrollment, and then a couple of different points, and I'm looking at Becca because she knows, a couple of points in time, and then the snapshot, which I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and normally there's one posted on the web as well, so
Yeah.
we can access.
That sounds like it's
without
delayed.
having to call, et cetera. So just to be clear, will something be posted for the public in that regard, and when?
Yeah, so Alex, you want to just give and the TEA is having some challenges with PEAMS. It's a different way of reporting. It's the same system, but there's different platform issues.
So there is a new way that the district loads their data and sends it to TA to get rid of a lot of the human error in this process. It's new this year. HISD is the biggest system in the state to need to use this process. And so our October data is being verified to make sure it's error-free. And it will be final in January. And that's when it would be, the dashboard will be posted to the public. We want to make sure that the dashboard is accurate before it's published for the public. So that's the summary of a complicated problem.
And in the meantime, we can just give you the data that we have, just like I just gave you what I know today.
Got it. Okay. The other piece that I had a question about regarding the budget was there was a movement of funds on the TERS side, and I just wasn't clear where those dollars were coming from. It was roughly 2-3 million.
Yeah, the TERS, which stands for Tax Incremental Reinvestment Zone. So we've actually lost a little bit of money from the TERS. The process is that we collect taxes, and those taxes then are determined by contracts. There were 16 contracts and 16 TERS zones. And then we then send it to the city because we're collecting the taxes. And then we go back to the state and we ask for reimbursement. They don't reimburse us dollar for dollar. And part of one of the TERS, I think the 16 TERS has reduced in size because they're now out of the contract.
Got it. And then the last question on instruction, we talked about the 23 million as Audrey referenced. It would be helpful for me also if we had a staffing report summary that kind of talked about like trends. And I don't know if, I'm not requesting a different report, just whatever you've got as far as like where we've been up until now, so that I can sort of understand when you say we need X.
Like what the percentage spent of instruction?
Yes, well, tied to the actual staffing numbers, so number of roles and types, that would help, like, okay, we're adding these in order to bolster.
Yeah, so like a staffing over time. Yeah, FTEs over this year.
Yeah, that's it.
Anybody else? Questions? No. The last thing I'll say is, because this is such a large adjustment, I just want to make sure that, and so I'm going to have a question here, but I want to make sure that what we're doing right now is not putting us in a bad position for next year. I know I'm talking a lot about next year's budget, but I know it's like coming up. Can you just talk to us about that?
Yeah, I mean, so we're moving off the budget amendment to budget.
We don't have to talk about the budget itself, but how is it that this kind of large deficit spending, which we are doing, how does that project to next year? Because we're not going to I mean, if this holds true, the amendment they're bringing to us, we're not going to have the extra 114 million next year that we do this year. So how do we dig out of that hole? And we don't have to talk about the history. I'm wondering for next year.
Yeah, we got to talk about the history a little bit, but for next year,
Yep.
And we're going to brief the executive committee early, which on the 17th, which is early, but then we're going to do the whole board in January, also earlier than last year. The answer to the question is, we're going to bring you a budget where the deficit will probably be less than 100 million, probably closer to 50 million. That's a preliminary number, which means that we went from $528 million less revenue at the start of the school year. Now, we corrected for that, or we adjusted for that by removing 1,400 people from central office and 800 teacher positions last year, and reducing purchase services. That was about $220 million worth that we did in order to be in a good position for this year. So yes, we're still going to be over 800 million, which is what I promised and which is prudent for a district this size. Keep in mind that the last administration predicted that we would be at a $548 million fund balance at the end of this year. And we will not be. We will be at 800 million or higher. Jim and I have bets going it'll be higher than 800 million And so when we bring you the budget, we will be bringing you one that's almost balanced, which means we will have gotten rid of a huge deficit in just 2 years' time. And the following year, will be zero deficit, which is, to me, is, pretty incredible. But the answer is, because we're over $800 million fund balance, even with this, because remember that the decrease in expenditures on top of the $220 million by 114 helped us, even though we're spending 125 million more this year. You follow me? So the money coming in kind of offset. So we're still going to be sitting at a good position, and we're going to bring. You'll see that in a lot more detail, even the preliminary numbers. And because we did so many cuts last year, we won't have to repeat that. We might have to cut a little bit. I'm not promising anything until we see the real numbers from the state. But even if we get $0 from the state, we won't have to cut like we did last year, because we did it to be financially sound this year at $800 million over for a fund balance. So that's the short answer. We're going to be, in even a stronger fiscal position next year.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve. Oh, no, that's not right. Oh, we already motioned. We already did motions. It's time to vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Michelle? She's good? 8 in favor, 1 abstention. The motion passes. The next item that was pulled from the consent agenda was item item 8, approval to waive board policy. Or not yet? I did? Okay, I thought so. Approval to waive board policy BF local board policies and approval of proposed revisions to board policy BE local. BE local deals with board meetings. May I have a motion on this? I think Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to double check something real quick. Is this the one that the community brought regarding the Zoom?
No, this is not.
Okay, thank you for
BED.
clarification. So yeah, so same as a previous recommendation, motion to remove the waiver request, and so it reads as follows. I move to approve the proposed revisions to board policy BE local board meetings first reading.
Thank you. Is there any discussion about BE local? Board members? Anyone have any comments, questions, concerns they'd like to raise at this time?
You said 8?
I have a second from Mr. Campo.
Okay.
Item 8.
Yep, good.
Anything? No? All right, and just for the record, that came out of committee. No comments, questions, concerns. Let's please vote. Ms. Cruz Arnold? Yes. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion passes. All right, the next item pulled from the consent agenda is item 9, approval to waive board policy BF local. I'm sorry. The next item pulled from the consent agenda is item 9, Approval to waive board policy BF local board policies and approval of proposed revisions to board policy BED local board meetings, public participation. First reading. May I have a motion on item 3? I'm sorry, item 9. Mr. Martinez, what's your motion?
Yes, so same as before. I move to approve the proposed revisions to board policy BED local board meetings, public participation, first reading.
Okay. Is there any discussion about, oh, I'm sorry. We have a second? Anybody? Second by Ms. Lindner. Is there any discussion about BED?
Go ahead. Yeah, I think this is the one where community members were concerned about Zoom. And so if we could go back to the policy, I would also, and Katasha, I don't know if I need to make a second motion to amend it. I don't have it in front of me. Oh, actually,
It's right here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
You don't have to. This is on first reading, so if you want to suggest changes, we could bring that back to the board. The committee with the administration could bring those changes back to the board for consideration for the second reading.
Thank you. Okay, I'll leave it up for a discussion if anybody wants to comment on that.
I think the discussion, at least my discussion, would be to eliminate the, we heard a lot of discussion about Zoom, and I feel like the community spoke pretty loudly, and that we ought to eliminate the striking of the language and put Zoom conferences back in to this policy. And so we can do that in the next slide. So if you look at the document, it's the second, when it says public comment, you can see there's members of the public will be given a choice of speaking in person or by video conference when registering to speak in accordance with state law, yada, yada, yada. And we would just put that back in rather than taking it out. Okay? That's what I would propose when you bring it back to the board.
But this is just discussion now?
Yes, just discussion.
Well, did you get the second? I'm sorry.
Yes, the second was Ms. Lindner.
Okay, that's why I was
So,
confused.
yes, ma'am. Dr. Arnold? Uh-oh, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for your patience on that. I want to thank you for pulling this item. I also think this topic merits discussion. I agree with Mr. Campo's recommendation to add Zoom back in. As someone who is participating via Zoom this evening, I think we need to be mindful of the optics that we could create by not allowing the public to participate via Zoom and then allowing the board to participate via Zoom. And my concern is also with House Bill 2840, which was codified in a 2019 legislative session in Texas. It allows for the public to participate in public school board meetings. And my concern is if we remove the Zoom element, does that still allow us to comply with the law? So just something for us to think about as this comes around on second reading.
Okay. It sounds like the administration is going to come back to us with an updated BED policy for reading in January. Is that understood? Okay. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
I assume that the actual board policy committee would like to see it before it comes to the full board, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that. Yes, ma'am.
And just for discussion, I'm just wondering from that comment, are we suggesting that this came from staff?
No.
No, okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So I thought it would be helpful if maybe I don't know who was on this committee, but I know that a lot of times when we're in committee, we're trying to do policy diet and clean things up. It would help if I kind of got context of what was intended by striking certain things. Because when I read it initially, I didn't read that video conferencing was out. I just read that you removed the language so that it would still just all be inclusive. So that was my interpretation. I wanted to give the committee, or a member of the committee, at least an opportunity to weigh in on thought process and why things were struck and why things weren't.
I was on the committee, and I think the initial thought was that we have a lot of challenges with video conferencing, as evidenced today by even having a lot of times where people don't understand how to use the conferencing and what have you, and we just wanted to try to make the board meetings more efficient from that perspective. I mean, look at the challenges we've had tonight with our board member on Zoom. And I think that was the thought process behind the Zoom discussion, but obviously it's a major issue in the community, and that's why we have first readings and second readings, and we heard from the community, and that's why I brought it up and put it back in, because I took it out to start with, or part of the committee agreed to take it out.
Yeah, I mean, if you want further context, I think for at least my perspective on many of these policies, especially when it comes to board meetings, I think the thing that, at least in the back of my mind always, is how do we get our work done in the most appropriate way? Here we are at 1:02 a.m. and we're still working on actual, stuff that we have to get done because it's important to make sure that our kids are able to succeed. There's a certain amount of understanding that folks come into our board meetings and want to tell us things, but a couple of speakers tonight talked about board engagement and how eliminating or changing the time of the meeting or eliminating Zoom or any number of things can impact board engagement. Mm-hmm. When I think of board engagement, it is not sitting here listening to people talk to us. The engagement is when we actually have conversations with people and understand what the root of their concern is. Because if somebody's coming in to talk to us about something they don't like at their school, in all likelihood, that's nothing that we can remedy. If they don't like what's going on in a small way or on a small scale, it's not something the board is engaged. Really, we certainly aren't the best place to start, right? It's oftentimes the principal or someone in the administration that's going to deal with that issue. They certainly can reach out to us. Our information's out there, and it is my statement and my goal that we are going to be engaged more with the community directly so we can have those conversations and make sure that those concerns are raised to the right places. But sitting here in a board meeting is not the right way, in my opinion. It's not the best way. So when we're here to do board work, my view is let's get the work done, but then let's do the community engagement in a way that's authentic and is actually having a communication with the folks that are having concerns. And so that's the mindset that I brought into this. So the point was to make our meetings more efficient so we're not working on really hard issues like the budget amendment, big, huge issues at 1 a.m.
Yeah, and the only additional thing I'd ask, and I think, the only thing I would ask kind of us, it's late, of us as a group, and one of the things that Jeanette and the audit committee and some of the other committees I've been a part of have instituted is some sort of a summary of thought that comes out of the committee to help guide like our understanding and the public's understanding of what is being done. That way we can sort of kind of jump on some of that. I think that'll be helpful.
And so maybe one takeaway is the board, so whoever's proposing it could update the agenda item in that manner. The other piece of all this is the only time that we can all meet to talk about anything is here, right? So, we're sitting here, we're parsing through language. This is our opportunity to do that. There's nothing pre-baked about any of this. It is presenting it to the board has to make a decision as a group about whether, do we like this, do we think this is wrong? So I think this is actually the right venue to be having these conversations. Okay, sorry. Anything else? So we voted on it. Okay, let's vote. Yes.
Can we circle back? So what are we voting on, just so I'm clear?
We're just-
Be amended.
First reading to be amended, and then, got it.
We're acknowledging the fact that we have seen it for the first time. Is that right, Katasha?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
It says we approve the first reading. We're going to have a second reading.
What you're voting on is the motion that Mr. Martinez made, which is to approve BED local on first reading without waiving the board policy. We take the notes based on your discussion today, where you asked us to remove Zoom and present another draft, and that draft will be presented in the second reading, which the board policy is not final until the second reading. So you're really voting to move this forward in the process. And it's expecting that it comes back to you in second reading with the changes that you've suggested and that I have made notes on.
I'm still confused. But if we ultimately don't want the change, then why are we going through the read process?
You don't want, so the proposed change to the policy, you don't want any of the changes? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm tired, okay, right.
So the conversation that as administration we've gathered is that you've looked at the policy and the thing that you want to change going from first reading to second reading is to place Zoom back as an option for the public. Based on that conversation, if you were to approve this policy to move forward, when you see it on second reading, those changes will be incorporated into the draft. And then you have to look at that draft in its entirety and determine if you want to move forward and approve it for a final change to the policy.
Yeah, I would say this is one of the reasons why I'm not a big supporter of waiving a policy, because we always have an opportunity to come back and edit if possible. And that's why my recommendation today was to move them off the consent agenda. I'm just saying, generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of waiving policy unless we have an urgent, desperate need to do so. I'm not saying never, but today I didn't believe that nothing was urgent that needed to be done immediately.
And so next month, would it move back on consent?
Well, unless somebody, so we have, as everybody here knows, in order to pull something from the consent agenda, 3 board members are supposed to advise the president, 3 days in advance? Yeah, prior to the notice, so that we can pull it from the consent agenda. All this stuff that we're doing here could have been avoided if we had done that. We would have pulled off consent before. And my phone is always on. So anyone can call me and tell me, hey, let's think about this, let's do this.
And I don't mind, and I don't mind that. I guess my point is, they're going to make a modification.
Yeah.
And then we have to review the modification.
I'm making note of it. It's not going to be on consent.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, in general, if there's something that anybody wants off consent, just let me know, or let Emily and I know. Okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
Ms. Arnold? You're good? Okay. Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay. we also pulled EHBJ, the item 10, from the consent agenda. Okay, do we have a motion on that? Mr. Martinez? Yes, sir.
So same as before, to remove the request to waive the policy. So the motion reads as follows. I move to approve the proposed revisions to board policy EHBJ local special programs, innovative and magnet programs, first reading.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Mr. Campo? Okay, is there any discussion on this item? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to understand it looks like we are adding under the modifying an existing magnet program section.
Yes.
Looks like we are adding that the particular change may not take effect until the following academic year, and we're crossing out at least one transition year for planning and communication. Can we add some context to that, please?
Yes, and as Kristen Holz, she has left the building. Okay, so, I'm sorry? Okay, this was a discussion that was had by the committee alongside Ms. Holz. So this modification to and I'm sorry, the committee was the Constraint 3 committee, because this goes in tandem with the AE local modification. So the discussion around the transition year versus this idea of it not taking effect until the following academic year, Kristen explained to us, Chief Hull explained to us, that the intent was, I might get this wrong. Do you remember better than I'm going to? Okay, my takeaway, I'll just say, is that the one transition year could mean that if we were to enact a change in October or expect a change in October of this year, we wouldn't be able to be made until next October, which is how the original language read. But in reality, when we're talking about school choice and kids actually making a decision about what school they want to go to and what programs are available to them, that occurs one time per year. So if the change occurs prior to right now, when people are doing school choice, so like if there's a change that's proposed in September, then that change should be able to be put in place for next year, and the parents will still have the opportunity to make the right selection in their school choice. So the idea of the next academic year was simply to kind of acknowledge the fact that you really don't need to wait an entire year to make that planning decision. It's just that it needed to be prior to the school choice deadline, if that makes sense.
It does. My, I guess, concern is that it appears that that was included to provide ample time for planning and communication, which is something we need to do, have ample time for planning and communication. So my concern is, how do we ensure that enough time has been dedicated to planning and communication of a major, we're talking modifications, right? Right.
Yes.
Major modifications.
Yeah. I'm channeling what she would say in answer to the question, because I think it's really an administrative. Maybe you can answer the question first.
Superintendent's here. He can speak.
Sorry.
Yeah, as long as it's done sometime around when the window opens, that's plenty of time to make the necessary adjustments. It's just, if you, let's say it's done in October, would we have to wait another 4 years, because the year starts in August? So is October enough time? Yeah, I think we would have to make that determination as an administrative team. A lot can be done in just 4 months, depending on what the modification is. So I think we would be loath to bring to the board any change that we couldn't effectively do before the start of the school year.
And to me, it sounds like the practical reality is that these changes will occur prior to school choice each year, because otherwise, I mean, they may trickle in, I guess, as principals decide, okay, next year it's not going to be great, but to maintain this program. But It sounds to me like because of the school choice deadlines, the programmatic change discussion needs to occur well in advance of that each year. I don't know if that helps.
I agree. I'm simply calling out that it appears that that was put in place for planning and communication. And I'm not suggesting I know the amount of time that needs to be put in there. I just, want to call that out. In addition, we talked about some definitions that were included in AE Local around Constraint 3. I'm not sure that I saw a definition for a minor modification. I think we saw definitions for, and this may have been what the community member lifted up earlier, and then we called out there are some definitions, but is there a definition of minor modification anywhere for us to reference?
Yeah, so if you go to the next, the page 4, so we're talking now about magnet programming, right? So the minor modification that you're talking about with respect to NES, I'm assuming is that what it talks about at the bottom of the page 3 of 4? Okay. Superintendent may make a minor modification to a magnet program in an NES school. And then there's an explanation that a major modification to a magnet program, whether in a school designated as NES or otherwise, is a significant change to a magnet program. I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question. Your question is there a definition of minor modification? Okay. Hold on, I'm sorry. There was a discussion about this. Jeanette, do you remember, or Michelle? You know? Okay, thank you.
I believe the administration's intention was that minor is when it does not hit the threshold for major as defined in constraint 3. So if it's below the 30%, below the 10%, et cetera.
So back to kind of what I was saying earlier about 30% and how that can change. And same for 29. 29% seems major to me. It doesn't seem minor, I'll say that. But again, without us having that, I just think it's important to call things out. That's why we had to wordsmith constraint 3. That's why we, are doing these things to make them clear. So that would be my suggestion for us to somehow call out the definition of a minor modification. If we want to point to anything less than major, that's fine, but it's clear, so.
Okay. That is feedback that the committee can take back and try to bring something back that works for everybody at the next meeting. Fair? Okay. That'll be a task to the committee.
Yeah, I do have one question for the committee, and even for the superintendent. So with regard to designating new schools, NES, I don't see anything in the policy that identifies a deadline to do that. Is there a deadline? Like, for example, we're talking about the window for school choice. Do we need to identify NES in the same manner before a certain time frame? Or are we saying we can name it in June of the summer, and therefore we don't really communicate with the parents the changes? We don't have enough time to do that. So
yeah, the answer is you'll see it's part of the budget discussion too. Is that if a school if a school gets to be a D or an F status, and in this coming year just F status, then we will make that school an NES school. We won't know that until June preliminarily, but we'll have the data will be pretty solid by then. And so, yeah, we're not going to wait another full year for that school. We already have 130 NES schools. We're looking at 25 PUA schools that had C and Ds only, so the odds of that happening are low, but yeah, it could happen. And I've already let principals know that that is the case for next year.
yeah, and so that would, for the committee, I mean, take a look at that. I mean, I mean, obviously, we don't have the state ratings until that summer, which makes it challenging. But I know that was a concern for many parents, finding out last minute that, the school is converting to NES, and how do I adjust to that? And of course, parents will make the choice that's appropriate for their families. But that's just something to consider, at least to my mind.
Can I appreciate your bringing that up. So as y'all are considering it, I wonder if it's a consideration about a communications plan rather than a deadline. Like, so principals know, if we're a D, so parents, if they have the information, they could know if their school is on the radar. And I know that might be awkward for us to push out, for principals to push out, but I do think if a school, if it's leaning that way, I would think communicate earlier rather than shocking in June.
Yeah, I mean, we can provide data, clearly, mid-year data, which we will do. We can do NWA data in the end of May, beginning of June. So we'll have a good idea, but I would hate to say a school is NES if it's not going to be NES.
And I also have the concern that, I mean, if you really want to advise people about what their school's going to look like next year, we ought to be doing it now, kind of regardless of what it is, because for the same reasons that you don't want to pull a magnet program without telling the people before they go sign up for XYZ school through school choice, we also don't, I mean, we have the additional issue with NES, like if we're moving a school, I mean, the parents have the same concerns, I guess is my point. If they could have gone through the magnet program or the school choice program and they didn't realize it or know or utilize it at the time, I'm not suggesting that I have a resolution for that, but I'm just voicing that issue is the same for that.
And it would be true of the opposite if a school chooses to come off of NES. Again, 3 years in a row, they've met the requirements.
So right now, there's nothing written, nothing promised about coming off NES. Even 3 years in a row of A or B scores. And even if we gave them the choice to come off NES, I doubt any school will come off of NES voluntarily.
I'm sorry to cut you off. So maybe I misunderstood, because I thought I had heard that before, that we would give schools the option, or there is a potential plan for providing that option.
Yeah, and I've been pretty consistent saying that we haven't made any decision on that, except that right now there's no plan to get schools off NES. And again, even if we were to say you get to choose, remember I have quoted ACE and ACE research that says if you pull supports from a school too quickly, then the school could revert back, and that's one thing we can't do to get out of intervention. But I'm telling you, find me a school that's NES today that's going to want to go off NES in the next few years. I doubt you're going to find a staff. You might find a teacher here or there, maybe a principal, but not a staff that wants to come off of NES.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm thinking NES aligned. So those schools that opted in. No, you're right. But I'm just thinking historically. Right. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, anything else on EHBJ local? I think the committee understands 2 points. Look at the definition of minor modification and consider what happens with respect to NES schools if they're contemplated in these documents. Okay. Anything else? Okay, please vote. Nine in favor, 0 opposed. We will bring back that item in January. All right, we are now ready to consider the remainder of tonight's agenda. On the consent agenda, may I have a motion to approve the balance of tonight's agenda by consensus? I have a motion by Ms. Mendoza, a second by Ms. Lindner. Is there any discussion on these items? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. All right. We are now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Anybody have a report? Yes, Mr. Ravon, go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition. I had an opportunity this past month and several past months to attend Spark Park. One of the things that I wanted to take this time for was to recognize some of our community partners and how they have benefited our schools to a great degree. Ms. Kathleen Olmsby is one of those that leads a team that is doing an amazing job. I recently did Lockhart Elementary, where they also did some designations for some of our city council personnel. It's an amazing opportunity. They also re-spark every 10 years. I think it's very important for us as a board and as a leadership team to ensure that we're supporting them because they are spending millions of dollars to give us good parks and to give our kids the opportunity to play and enjoy the spaces that they live and learn in. And I wanted to make sure that we continue to support them and raise them up as banners of community engagement that we want to see everywhere.
Thank you. Anybody else over here? Comments?
Cassandra probably add to it, but board engagement continues, community meetings. Thank you to everybody who's been able to attend. We have some additional opportunities that have come through, and so we'll share some more information, including visiting campuses next week, just to visit with our kids. So those are opportunities that you'll receive an email, hopefully sometime tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campo. Thank you to the community engagement group. Y'all are doing great work. Looking forward to next year as well. I appreciate you working to get the full board engaged in all these meetings that we're having. So thank you to you all. Ms. Flowers?
Thank you. I attended the Texas Association of School Boards Directors meeting this past weekend. We meet quarterly. And HISD just wanted to give you guys good news about our membership in TASB that affords us TASB services. So our membership is $11,000 a year. And by use of BuyBoard, which is the vendor pool, a consortium, we are getting a rebate in January, we expect, for $588,000. So yay us.
Nothing? Ms. Bandy? No? Okay. Mr. Superintendent, anything from you? Okay. With no further items on our agenda, we will be done tonight at 1:29 p.m. Thank you.